What ties a people to their land? What makes land yours? How can land even be yours? The idea of the nation-state is barely 200 years old, and before that idea, the notion of land as a collective property of a cultural or national construct didn't exist. The land was owned by kings, and you lived on their land by their grace. The peoples who worked the lands had no rights over these lands, but were instead tolerated by kings, who themselves claimed to be tolerated by gods. The modern nation-state had to forge identities to justify their existence as sovereigns over said land. There are many means and ways to forge such justifications. Our most modern one is derived from adherence to common values or through an integration through language. Because of that, the academic histories of lands are mostly separated into two parts: the story of the land itself and the story of those who live in it now. And this place here is a great example of that separation. The region is now mostly known for the name given to it by its modern-day nation-state, Turkey. The geographical terms for it are Anatolia or Asia Minor, being Greek for East or Latin for Little Asia. And the story of Anatolia is a story separated into a part before those currently inhabiting the region and the story of those who inhabit it now, but also the stories of those that came before those that came before those that inhabit it now, and those that came before them and those that came before those. Throughout the millennia, many came to claim these lands, mainly claiming it though through one thing: a right to land through conquest, as these lands are extremely valuable and probably one of the most sought after and valuable pieces of real estate in the Mediterranean. Surrounded by mountain ranges on all sides, the central Anatolian plains with its rivers and the downpours from the Mediterranean spill out into vast fertile plains that were ideal for early agricultural-based settlers, such as the Kraut civilization, around 10,000 years ago. The settlers of this region also discovered another enormous advantage of the region: the vast natural resources, specifically important for the first metal age, that they would help kickstart, namely the copper ore in the Pontic Mountains. The oldest known copper relics, which are around 10,000 years old, have been found in this region of Anatolia. Through digging up and dating copper relics, we know that this region of the world is the epicenter from which the Copper Age began. Being that copper was the most modern technology of the time, it turned the region into a center for trade and connected its civilization to the southern civilizations of the Halaf culture based in modern-day northern Syria. This trade was made easy through yet another benefit of the Anatolian geography. Anatolia is the origin of the two most important rivers in the Middle East, the Tigris and the Euphrates. Copper could be shipped downstream and traded for mirrors, pottery and grain that the succeeding Mesopotamian civilizations had to sell. Cometh the Bronze Age, cometh a new civilization, the Hittites, and the region developed into one of the most prosperous of the ancient world. If the Hittites or Indo-European peoples came to Anatolia as migrants or conquerors is not known. We only know that they came with the Bronze Age and stayed. Bronze is made 9 parts copper and 1 part of tin, which makes tin a resource in need. Again, this region is the epicenter of the Bronze Age, yet another metal age, but we do not know where the tin came from. There are large tin deposits in Britain, northern France, Portugal, Spain, Malaysia and Nigeria, which for their part explain the burgeoning Bronze Age civilizations in these places wants to know how reach them. But not so much in Anatolia. The origin of the tin used to make bronze in Anatolia is still somewhat of a mystery. Tin, due to its chemical composition, can form into tinstone or cassiterite, which, similar to gold, can form at riverbanks in what are called placers that can be scooped and collected. Our safest bet is that this is how the tin was acquired in the river landscapes of Mesopotamia and Anatolia. The bronze made out of that tin and copper brought wealth, but also the Bronze Age collapse, during which the Hittite Empire fell apart into small bickering states to eventually be conquered by the Assyrian Empire. Even though often described as an Assyrian colony, it is far more likely that Anatolia was one of the more important and significant regions of the Assyrian Empire, and not just a foreign place conquered and plundered. A 3,000-year-old ship found off the coast of Uluburn, loaded with dozens of tons of copper, tin, bronze, gold, as well as ivory, point to the significance of Anatolia as an integral part of the Assyrian Empire, as do the various Assyrian artifacts found in Anatolia. Yet as the Hittite Empire declined, someone else also took up shop on the other side of Anatolia. Lydia appeared around 3,000 years ago and took advantage of yet another great geographic benefit of Anatolia, its vast coastline protected by mountains, ideal to go out and trade through the Mediterranean, but with the added benefit of the mountains providing protection from any potential eventual invasion by sea. Lydia managed to fight off nomadic raiders such as the Scythians and Cimmerians, and access to the Mediterranean brought Lydia under early Greek influence and trade with Egypt, which in return allowed it to prosper. Meanwhile, on the other side of Anatolia, the Assyrians collapsed into bickering states at civil war that neglected many provinces of their once great empire, which allowed the nomadic Scythians and Cimmerians to raid its Anatolian lands, and eventually for the Achaemenids to roll in and take it all over. And here we reach a moment where history mixes somewhat with legend and myth. The last king of Lydia, Croesus, visited the oracle of Delphi asking if he should go to war with the Achaemenids, to which the oracle replied, "If you go to war, a great kingdom shall be destroyed." So Croesus went to war with the Achaemenids, and consequently the kingdom of Lydia was destroyed as the Achaemenids conquered it. However, as much as the Achaemenids must have enjoyed their power over Anatolia, they didn't make it their new home, but a satrapy, where local Greek colonists and city-states increasingly resented their Persian overlords, which in return was a perfect justification for the Macedonians to invade the place and kick the Achaemenids out again. This began a long period of Hellenic dominance in Anatolia, however not through a united Greek ruler, but several states, kingdoms and entities, such as the Seleucids, Pontus and Pergamon, who warred and bickered over land and dominance over the landmass. It saw the arrival of the Bithynians in the Bosporan Straits, a Thracian people from modern-day Bulgaria who Hellenized and founded a city and kingdom at a strategically important position. The arrival of the Galatians, who were a Celtic tribe from modern-day Hungary who migrated into Greece, sacked several cities and then migrated into Anatolia to settle there. There, they would be neighbors to the Cappadocians, an Iranian kingdom in central Anatolia. Combined with an Armenian expansion westward, this shaped Anatolia's cultural makeup for centuries to come as a diverse place of many different cultures, languages and peoples. And this multitude of cultures, combined with the strategic importance of the landmass, made especially the coastal regions rich and powerful. Greek kingdoms controlled trade from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. Galatian mercenaries served in Egyptian armies, and the Armenian kingdom kept growing. Then came the Romans, who didn't drive anyone away, but simply made everyone Roman. Under the Romans, the wealth of the region didn't decline, but increase. More importantly, as Anatolia could be used as a base of power from which, through rivers and roads, power could be exercised over the Levant, Mesopotamia, and by that extent Egypt, the importance of the province that the Romans named Asia Minor kept growing and growing. In particular, the importance of its biggest city, Bithynia. Financial, political, and military power gradually shifted within the Roman Empire eastwards, to Anatolia and the Bosporus Straits. Culturally, this changed the makeup of the Roman Empire in the east. It became more Greek, as the people in the cities were predominantly Greek. It is where the Romans started adopting Christianity, with a distinctive Greek touch to it. After the death of Rome's first Christian empire, the city which he had helped expand as the new capital was named after him, and subsequent emperors divided the empire into two, of which the Eastern Empire would be the only one to remain. As such, it endured further centuries from its capital at the Bosporus, with its heartland in Anatolia, even as it lost much of its empire, first to the Sassanids and then to the first caliphates. Someone, however, who is not to be seen in this, the first years of history of this mass of land, are the people who this video is about. They spent those years elsewhere, and at around 1200 they were about to make their great entry into this story. "10,000 years ago, our ancestors were all nomads. For the first several 10,000 years of our species' existence, man and woman were wanderers. The discovery of fire, the first to make tool flint, and those who painted the vast, beautiful cave paintings in places such as Chauvet in France, were people constantly on the move. And move they had to. The protein they relied on for their diet was meat, which is a more concentrated protein than plant food. Eating meat also cuts down the time spent eating by 2/3. But meat is harder to acquire, especially for a slow creature like a human being having to hunt creatures that are adapted to fleeing far faster predators than men. To be able to hunt such prey, it requires specialization and collective effort. And it also requires movement, because hunting cannot sustain a growing population at one spot over time. The extent to which a patch of land can sustain a hunting population is limited by the game being hunted, its cyclical patterns of migration, and that leaves hunters with the very stark choice of either moving with the game or starvation. Early humans didn't become nomads by choice, but because they had no other choice. At around 10,000 BC, something happened that disrupted the nomadic lives of many early humans. The Ice Age ended. And with the change in climate and landscape that reshaped the world's geography, river valleys and vast fertile plains capable of sustaining agriculture formed that invited these early people in to settle. However, in free regions of the world, geography still lent itself to the life of the nomad. The plains of North America, the savannas of Africa, and the vast steppes of Asia. As people settled in the Fertile Crescent, the Nile Valley, the Indus River Valley, and the Yellow River Valley, the peoples of the steppe had no place to settle. The agricultural revolution of 10,000 BC also brought a new addition that affected the lives of nomads as well: the domestication of animals. Reindeer, goats, and sheep domesticated changed the nomad life from hunter-gatherers to herders. Through this, the nomads took upon themselves the responsibility of nature. Providing food for the herded animals required the nomads to continue traveling in search of pastures to graze. A nomad's life is a harsh and unforgiving life. Life is an endless ritual revolving around the animals. The horses, the sheep, the dogs, the goats take center stage in life and community. A tribe's value and strength are measured by its animals. Constant moving and dedication to survival leave little room for specialization, as all specialization is dedicated to the herd and the tribe. Survival requires a simple life as a nomad. Within settled civilizations, the surplus in food allowed for a surplus in labor pool who could specialize in masonry, metalwork, writing, governance, and more. However, specializations within settled communities have disadvantages compared to nomadic civilizations. A farmer is specialized to be a farmer. A mason is specialized to be a mason, neither are warriors. In comparison, a nomad will always be a herder, a hunter, and a warrior at the same time. Civilization also comes with civilization diseases, which most nomads avoid, resulting in longer average life expectancy for a nomadic culture. And in that position, a nomad can also acquire technologies of settled peoples by simply taking them or trading them. One of the largest geographic landscapes in the world are the Eurasian steppes. They stretch out from the Balkans to the Pacific coast over a total of over 4,000 miles in length and up to 1,000 miles wide. This vast landscape is almost in its entirety flat, grassy plains, stretching out endlessly into the horizon, dotted with a few deserts and hills. Only a few mountains and lakes pierce through this endless landscape. There are no rivers to settle around, no large fertile fields to irrigate, no mountains to build borders around, no boulders to make walls with, and no forests to log and build with. So the people who inhabited these lands remained nomadic as most others settled. And who these people were is somewhat hard to define. People are different from animals in that we don't just leave behind what we were when we die, but also what we made. And with nomads, there is not much being left behind. No buildings, walls, or castles. To nomadic peoples, everything is always used, nothing is wasted, and therefore almost nothing is left behind. The best an archaeologist can hope for are burial mounds, and what we find in them may contradict stereotypes that you may have of the supposedly scruffy poor nomad. The armor of the Golden Warrior can be seen in the Kazakhstan National Museum and was presumably worn by a Scythian warrior 2,400 years ago. From Kazakhstan to Ukraine to Russia to Mongolia, what we find proves considerable wealth and fortunes belonged to the tribes inhabiting these lands. But we also find arrowheads and helmets made of bronze and other materials. Metalwork, however, is a specialization that nomads don't have access to, which shows to us that they gained such either through trade, tribute, or force. Beyond the physical evidence found in burial mounds, it is possible to draw a map with borders detailing which nomadic tribe lived where in which parcel of these vast lands. However, for a people constantly on the move, owning land makes no sense. The idea of a border also makes no sense. The only border a nomad knows is an ocean a horse can't ride, a jungle a horse can't cross, a desert a horse won't survive in, and a mountain a horse can't jump over. And because of this, when speaking of nomads, the idea of a people or nation in our sense doesn't make sense. Nomads see themselves more in terms of families and clans, and in such structures, interactions between tribes of differing cultures are also different. A conquered people are not subjugated, enslaved or slaughtered, but simply made part of the tribe and the extended family. Marriages across cultures are more common and widespread than in settled civilizations. You can have a geographic estimate of where which tribe and people were active, but those estimates are often based on accounts by victims of raids. Through that we can place the Scythians, for example, in the land stretching from Ukraine through the Caucasus to northern Iran, as these tribes raided and plundered Greeks, Thracians and Iranians, who then wrote about them. But these are not to be understood as lands in the modern sense with borders, but more as a sphere of influence within which the Scythians were active. For the vast enormous steppes themselves, it is difficult to determine who was where, at what point, for how long. What we do know is that there were many. The Scythians, the Proto-Iranian Scythians, also known as the Sarmatians, the Proto-Slavic tribes, the Finno-Ugric tribes, the Proto-Mongols, and up there in the easternmost fringes of Siberia and northern China, we find where the Proto-Turkic people probably came from. And we know of them from this place because some of them still live there, still as nomads and still worshipping the ancient nature gods, and because they raided the Chinese, who then wrote about them. And what the Chinese had to write about these early Proto-Turkic peoples wasn't very flattering. Then again, the ancient Chinese didn't have much nice to say about anyone besides themselves. Based around the Altai mountains in various confederations and tribes, these Proto-Turkic tribes would raid Chinese towns and castles. But we also encounter a problem through these Chinese sources. The exact ethnic makeup of the tribes they encountered is somewhat unclear. The large steppe regions east of the Altai mountains were not just home to the Proto-Turkic, but also to the Proto-Mongol tribes. It is therefore sometimes unclear if a tribe or confederation of tribes that the Chinese historians describe were Turkic or Mongol, since ancient Chinese historians made no distinction and just called all of them barbarians. One of the first large nomadic confederations of the region was the Xianbei, and since the debate over if they were Mongol, Turkic or a confederation of both is heated and the answer unknown, I won't be trying to answer it here. The Xianbei were overthrown by the Rouran Khaganate, of which it isn't entirely clear if they were Turkic or Mongol, but it is more likely that they were Mongol. To the north of the Rouran Khaganate there was however a tribal confederation which we know was Turkic, the Xiongnu, and it is through them that the peoples of Europe and the Middle East had their first encounters with Turkic peoples when some of them migrated west in late 300, where they were called the Huns. This was the first large-scale invasion by nomadic people of Europe, and it instantly revealed the weaknesses of the type of warfare that the settled kingdoms practiced. Plate armor, heavy chainmail, tight formations, heavy weapons and slow-moving military tactics were absolutely no match to the swift, fast-moving horse archers in light leather armor. The Huns also introduced the Romans to the recurve bow. This is as simple a technology as a bow bent backward, which increases the tension on the bowstring, allowing the arrows to be shot with more power and speed, which caused the arrows to simply punch through Roman armors, chainmail and shields with close to no effort. This bow was the result of the nomadic specific specializations required to improve a herd society's life. Hunnic tribes invaded Europe, Iran and northern India and caused the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. However, after defeating their enemies and acquiring vast empires of tributary states, a weakness in the nomad life was exposed. After conquering a settled people, a nomad cannot simply remain a nomad anymore. A settled people cannot simply be integrated into a tribe or family like a different nomadic tribe. And consequently the nomads are trapped into consistently patrolling a hostile land, worked by a people who increasingly despise their overlords. The Hunnic Empire stretched from the North Sea to the Caspian, but after barely half a century they were driven out by the people they had subjugated. However, as the Hunnic Empire collapsed into itself, the 5th century started with a flood of nomadic peoples invading and migrating into settled lands. The Bulgars, Avars, Slavs, Finno-Ugurs and the Hungarians came from the Eurasian steppe into Europe throughout the next 4 centuries. But unlike the Huns that preceded them, they all settled and transformed from nomadic peoples into settled kingdoms. And during that time, on the other end of the Eurasian continent, an interesting development was happening. The Ruran Khaganate collapsed and was replaced by the Turkic Khaganate, also known as the Gökturks. After defeating the Ruran Khaganate, the Gökturks would defeat the Iranian Hittites and consolidate power over almost the entire Eurasian steppe. From there, they would continuously launch raids against China and Persia, and it is possible that their conquest of the Eurasian steppes is what caused the great migrations of people into Europe as refugees from the Gökturks. However, by 600, their empire had split into two between a West and an East Khanate. The Eastern Khaganate would spend its history almost constantly raiding Tang dynasty China until it fell to the Turkic Uyghur Khaganate, which itself fell apart into various smaller Khaganates. The Western Göktürk Khanate also fell apart into various smaller Khanates and tribes, and amongst them, one would stand out and do something that no Turkic tribe had done before. The Tatars were Turkic peoples originating in Central Asia, and one of their tribes, during the expansion of the Göktürk Empire and its collapse, settled at the Aral Sea, expanded south into modern-day Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan, where they gave up being nomads and converted to Islam. The Seljuks. They became great admirers of their new neighbors, the Samanid Empire of Iran. It was the Samanids who converted the Seljuks to Islam. The Seljuks became increasingly fond of their new Iranian neighbors. They started dressing like their Iranian idols. Seljuk nobility started speaking Persian. They adopted the Persian alphabet, minted Persian coins, built castles in Persian style, copied the Samanids wherever they could, and even formed a military alliance with them. Then the Samanids were overthrown by the Ghaznavids, which the Seljuks disapproved of, especially after the Ghaznavids tried to conquer them. So the Seljuks conquered them right back, and that became a watershed moment. Suddenly, they were the rulers of Persia. They, who had started as nomadic herders a few hundred years before, now were the inheritors and the heirs to the great legacy of Iran and all that came with it. Through this, their culture and the way they saw themselves radically changed, and with that, Turkic culture itself changed dramatically. At the time, the Seljuks were probably in the minority amongst the Turkic peoples, as having given up nomadic life and converted to Islam and becoming a settled people. But over the centuries, their influence through their empire would spread into creating a Turkish cultural sphere that stretched from China to the Crimea. As the Seljuks were sitting in their new Persian home, they boarded someone new, Baghdad, the capital of the once great First Islamic Caliphates, center of knowledge and trade in the Middle East, one of the greatest jewels a medieval empire could own, held by the Buyids, who happened to be Shia Muslims, so the Sunni Abbasids gave them the permission to conquer it. This moved the Seljuks into the center of the Islamic world, and with this they boarded yet another prize, the greatest they had seen until then. That last remaining piece of the Roman Empire in Anatolia, the Byzantines. And that prize no longer got out of their heads. Rome, one of the greatest empires of all time, the founders of European civilization, the pinnacle of what an empire could be. The Seljuks changed their imperial seal and battle banners to the double-headed eagle of Rome. They started calling themselves the inheritors and legitimate rulers of the Roman Empire and went to war, because there could in the end only be one Roman Empire. It went well at first. The Byzantines had recently declared the Armenians to be heretics to the Christian faith, so the Armenians didn't put up much of a fight when the Seljuks came to take the Byzantine Caucasian lands. From there on, they marched into Anatolia. They fought off and defeated two crusades called to defeat them. They lost Iran to a Persian uprising, but Anatolia continued to be their main prize. They came within miles of the great prize of Constantinople itself, but events that they could have never foreseen, in the very place they themselves had come from 3,000 miles away, prevented their final triumph. As in the steppes of Asia, 600 years of Turkic dominance came to an end. It took the Turkic people 600 years to migrate into Central Asia and expand from Central Asia into Persia and the Middle East and eventually into Anatolia. The Mongols only needed 40 years to conquer it all, as well as China. After defeat to the Mongols, the Seljuks fell apart into bickering little fiefdoms and states who all bowed to the Mongols. But far from this being the end of the story, it is merely the start of the next great chapter. Over the centuries, from 600 to 1200, the Turkic expansion created a vast Turkic cultural sphere of many Ataturkic people. It stretched from Siberia to Anatolia, and as the Mongols emerged from the vast horde lands of the east, their conquest of Asia didn't just result in a mere subjugation of Turkic tribes and kingdoms, but in massive migration of Turkic peoples. From Central Asia to Persia and the Caucasus, many Turkic peoples packed and fled in search of refuge, and they mostly ended up in the lands of the Seljuks, thereby establishing a large Turkish population in Anatolia. The Seljuks themselves fell to the Mongols, and the 1300s were dominated by the Taifas, little petty kingdoms, warlords, and tribes that bickered and fought amongst themselves for control over the others and dominance. But they had a great advantage compared to the others defeated by the Mongols: the Zagros mountain range, stretching from the Caucasus to the Gulf. This vast range of mountains protects whoever rules Iran, but it also locks them into Iran, making it hard to sally forth into the Middle East or Anatolia. And at a certain point it was simply no longer worthwhile to launch large expeditions to ensure the Anatolian Turks stayed in line. The most powerful of them was the Rum Sultanate, the successors to the Seljuk throne. One of the least powerful was a little state whose rulers originally came from Central Asia and had fled west from the Mongols: the Ottomans. While much of the Middle East had been flung into chaos through the Mongol invasion, the Ottomans managed to build a sphere of stability in their realm. This attracted craftsmen, intellectuals, and trade, while also providing the Ottomans with the stability required to go out and hassle others. Those others mainly being the Byzantines. But the Ottomans didn't just go charge into war as the Seljuks had. And of course they went through spats of conquest here and then, but the Ottomans mainly subdued the Byzantines through diplomacy, politics, and patience. They married Byzantine princesses, schemed within the politics of the Byzantine royal court, promised the Byzantines support against the Bulgars, Venetians, and Serbs, but used those promises to just take lands previously owned by the Byzantines, then conquered by others, and to not give them back. By the turn of the century, the Ottomans had established a firm grip over the Balkans and Western Anatolia, and that gave them an enormous strategic advantage over the other caliphates and the Seljuks and everyone else who had come before them from the Middle East and Iran and attempted to conquer the Mediterranean. Access to the resources of these lands would further Ottoman conquest for more power elsewhere. It gave them a place of some tranquility as the Mongol hordes invaded Anatolia again. But to understand the complete significance, we have to look at maps and ships. Seafaring was extremely dangerous for most of human history, and mostly involved coast hopping. You would sail along the coastline, always in sight of said coastline, and at all costs avoid the open ocean as much as you possibly could. The means to navigate the vast open seas were simply not available, and getting lost out of sight of the coast was tantamount to a death sentence. This, of course, cancelled out most of the Atlantic as any means of transportation by sea, but transport by sea was still faster and more efficient than transport by land, so it was still worth the risk heading out and hopping along the coastline. The Mediterranean, however, was different. It was mostly calm, but far more important, it had peninsulas, lots of peninsulas, all over the place. And when you look at these maps, it is also useful to forget the current geopolitical boundaries and borders. 1,000 years ago, the concept of Europe as a uniform entity of some shared culture or values would have made no sense. What, however, would have made sense would have been to categorize the region around the Mediterranean as its own entity, a kind of Mediterranean sphere of culture and influence. People in the Levant would have had more interactions with people in Sicily than people in Sicily would have had with people from the North Sea. Add to that the Egyptian breadbasket, and you have a region that many empires came to try and rule for themselves. Especially in these regions: the Adriatic, the Aegean, the Black Sea, and in particular the Dardanelles. In these waters, it is close to impossible to get lost at sea. Almost like lakes, no matter where you head, you will almost certainly at some point hit land in close vicinity. This means that you didn't need to hop along the coastline as much, and that you could tax, police, and control all traffic going through these segments of ocean. This allowed for specialization in nautical transport and warfare, and consequently it should not surprise you that prior to the 16th century, most European and Middle Eastern empires happened to be those who controlled those straits. This is a great springboard to go out and conquer the rest of the Mediterranean. And what about the Mediterranean? What makes it so special? It is again the fact that ocean travel was limited to coast hopping. To the people of the time, the oceans were vast, deep pits of certain death. Siberia was empty horde lands with close to no means of large-scale transportation. So if you owned the eastern Mediterranean, you controlled all trade between west and east, be it the spices from India or silk from China. All of it had to go through the eastern Mediterranean. And if you controlled that, you could tax it. Before the 17th century, the geography of the eastern Mediterranean was geography that made its owners superpowers. Then there's also the breadbasket, specifically Mesopotamia and Egypt. Both these regions have the benefit of the most fertile lands in the region combined with a mild climate. This consistently produced the regular surplus in grain, which in return could feed vast empires, while most lands elsewhere had to consistently face regular famines due to crop failures and other agricultural disadvantages. Those who owned Egypt could guarantee a regular, not just supply, but a surplus of food for its own population, allowing them to focus their attention elsewhere and expand. As much as we like to think of the Ottomans as a historical entity that represents an Islamic force trying to conquer Europe, the reality of the matter is that the Ottomans mainly pursued rule over the Mediterranean, because most powers before them had done so as well, and because of the enormous geopolitical value of the Mediterranean before the 1700s. And the first step to controlling the Mediterranean was completed by the 1450s, when the Ottomans ended the Byzantines and controlled most of the Balkans, Marmara, the Bosporus, and the Aegean coastline. The Ottomans made Constantinople their new capital and transformed the city dramatically. Under the Byzantines, the city had stretched along the southern end of the Golden Horn. Under the Ottomans, over the next 2 centuries, the city expanded into all directions to include the entire Golden Horn and both sides of the Bosporan Straits. The massive city would come to dominate international trade for the next 200 years, and also would be the harbour from which an enormous Ottoman fleet would try to conquer and control the Mediterranean. Beginning what we now know as the Era of Transformation. That massive navy helped conquer the Black Sea coastline and Crimea, as well as solidify Ottoman control over Greece. Meanwhile in the south, Egypt and the Levant had been ruled by the Mamelukes, an incompetent series of squabbling dynasties that were unable to put up much resistance to an Ottoman conquest of their lands, which then pushed further to conquer North Africa, Mesopotamia and Arabia, from where the last of the Abbasid caliphs was dragged to Istanbul to abdicate the title of caliph to the Ottoman Sultan. With that done, they were now the center of the Islamic world. They controlled and taxed all Silk Road trade to Europe, had the largest navy in the Mediterranean, and they had access to the Indian Ocean, which they would also try to control. But there's something important which we might be missing here. People tend to live in a society. We can look at maps and economics as much as we want, but fundamentally an empire or nation-state construct of any sort is always a society, and without a coherent social fabric holding it all together, societies tend to collapse into themselves. So what was this Ottoman society like, and how did the social fabric of this society keep such a large and diverse empire together for 400 years? The reason is because at the time, it was one of the few empires that actually had a social structure that could sustain an empire. It tolerated differences. It is easy to forget that before the 1900s, Anatolia's population was 1/3 non-Muslim. In general, there were times at which this Islamic caliphate had a larger Christian population than a Muslim population. On average, Greeks living in the Ottoman Empire were wealthier than the average Turks, because the Greeks had built a large network of trade over centuries that the Ottomans didn't just take from them, but just taxed. Armenian craftsmen helped build the Ottoman navy and their new expanded capital, Istanbul. And the reason for this is because under the Islamic laws, which were the laws of the empire, all these groups were tolerated. We also have to keep in mind that in that time, group identities barely ever exceeded across the borders and limitations of the village that a person resided in. A concept such as a nationalistic tribal identity built on grounds of language or ethnicity wasn't prevalent. And people to an empire are first and foremost one thing: a resource, probably the most valuable resource there is. And the Ottomans were one of the few empires of the time who understood that and welcomed that resource wherever they could receive it. When Spain expelled its Jews, it was the Ottomans who jumped in to welcome them. And that tolerance that made life in a religious hierarchy possible gave the Ottomans enormous advantages over their contemporaries. Arab caliphates, in comparison, tended to overly stigmatize non-Muslim groups, enforced Arab tribal structures over subjects, and were regularly subjected to anti-Jewish programs and expulsions. Europe was at that time consumed by religious hatred. If you were Catholic, living in Protestant lands was not a good idea, neither was the reverse. The resulting conflicts bogged Europe down into massive bloodlettings such as the 30 Years' War and the 80 Years' War that stifled innovation and expansion. While within the Ottoman Empire, differing religious groups were tolerated, and this gave the Ottomans an enormous benefit in building and sustaining internal stability, but to also take advantage of external conflict. When the Ottomans, for example, marched on Vienna, they were joined and supported by Hungarian Protestants who no longer wished to live under Austrian Catholic Habsburg rule. On a side note, there's an Austrian racial slur for Hungarians that developed out of this historic event, Krucitürken, which means cross-carrying Turks. But it would be unwise, as many unfortunately do today, to see this as a glorified, tolerant Islamic past. For one, and probably most importantly, there's a big difference between being tolerated and having rights as a person. The main difference being that one of them is a long list of guarantees to you as a person for your safety, life and well-being. The other is a list of all the things you cannot do, mostly dictated by a majority to an oppressed minority. The tolerance under the Ottomans, from our modern lens, was preferable to the intolerance of its neighbors, but it was just that, a condescending tolerance. Under Sharia law, a non-Muslim is a lesser being. A non-Muslim pays special taxes, has no access to legal protections that Muslims may have. His testimony against a Muslim will always be rejected in courts, which by extension means Muslims have a free hand to commit crimes against non-Muslims without facing any consequences. Non-Muslims are forbidden from owning a means of transportation, are forbidden from building new houses of worship, were forbidden from publicly practicing their faith, and lived in segregated ghettos. From our modern lens, this is unacceptable, but even this discriminatory standard of living was preferable over the chaos and madness of Europe at the time, where worshipping the wrong god simply got you burned alive. If you were to travel back through time into the Ottoman Empire at the height of its power, calling the first official you encountered a Turk or even an Ottoman would have earned you a weird look, and the response, "You are in the Roman Empire," as that is what the empire saw itself as. After taking Constantinople, they proclaimed themselves to be the legitimate heirs of the Roman Empire. This was also a society of multiple languages, from Turkish to Persian to Arabic to Armenian, Greek and Hebrew. And languages were also separated by class, not only within the Islamic religious hierarchy, but by social status. Few people outside of the Ottoman Arab lands spoke Arabic. The language was reserved to be the language of religion and the mosque. The commoners spoke Turkish, but the Sultan, the royal family and the royal court all spoke Persian, as they had held on to the court traditions and practices of the Seljuks, and also saw themselves as the legitimate rulers of Iran. Which leads us to another often overlooked fact. We like to often think of the Ottomans as the great rivals of Russia or the Habsburgs, but the reality is that they mostly fought their wars with dynasties ruling Iran, as they wished to incorporate Iran into their empire. The Ottoman transformation period lasted for 2 centuries, throughout which it was at the height of its reach and the predominant power of the hemisphere. But as we all know, that empire came to gradually, over the course of its remaining 2 centuries, to collapse into itself. It is often somewhat hard to deduct and find the reason for why an empire collapses. First and foremost, it is something that is in our day and age very easily exploited for very cheap political nonsense shots. The Roman Empire is a great example of this. I am sure many of you have seen that Michael Moore movie, where he draws comparisons between the supposed decadence of the late Roman Empire and the United States, or some drooling right-wing YouTuber claiming immigration caused the Roman Empire to collapse. However, when the Roman Empire collapsed, it was at the height of Christianity's power in the empire, when most of the things we consider to be decadent had been abolished. And the Romans purposefully sought out the conquest and settling of foreign peoples who they could then use as a resource. The list of reasons for why this empire collapsed is immensely long, and many of these reasons are often overlooked by hacks who seek to make cheap political points. By the 3rd century, the wealthiest Romans had basically stopped paying taxes, which made paying large armies to patrol the borders close to impossible. There is the in a previous chapter mentioned recurve bow, the fact that the Romans offered the Goths lands as vassals in exchange for an alliance against the Huns, and after defeating the Huns betrayed that promise, to which the Goths reacted by pillaging Roman lands. The fact that the Eastern Roman Emperor Theodosius invaded and sacked the West because it tolerated non-Christians and even appointed them as senators, a war from which the West barely recovered. This leads us to one of the most overlooked reasons, the increasing fanaticism of the Roman Christian churches, which in the final century of Rome's existence persecuted non-Christians and made such incredibly wise decisions as declaring bathing, and by that extent personal hygiene, to be a satanic ritual. Gee, I wonder where all those late Roman plagues came from. In summary, there's a long list of reasons for why some nations fail, and some of these reasons are unfortunately easily abused, and others easily overlooked. History is never simple, and the reason for why historic events happen are also often never simple. When it comes to the Ottoman Empire in popular history, the moment mostly used as the supposed beginning of the decline is the failed siege of Vienna. But that is really not the moment to realistically choose. This was an extraordinary event, one of the few moments where European states that usually were enemies were able to unite in a common cause. So it makes for a nice story, something that sounds nice and appeals to visions that people may have of the past and present as civilizational struggles between vague concepts of cultures. But it leaves out a fundamental fact, which is that even after this defeat, the Ottoman Empire was still at the peak of its strength and would remain a powerhouse for almost 2 more centuries. Let me instead posit to you 3 alternative reasons for why the Ottoman Empire declined. Technological, geographic, and social. The compass, the cross-staff, and the carvel. The compass helped you know where you were going. The cross-staff helped you figure out where you are. And the carvel was a way to build a ship that allowed it to go faster, with more cargo, and deep into the oceans. Suddenly, those vast pits of certain doom and death turned into free highways, and those highways led to new lands, which in their turn brought something new to Europe. The potato, the tomato, and corn. These new cash crops were not as frail and vulnerable as wheat. The Europeans suddenly had their own bread baskets that could sustain a surplus in food, and the technological advances in deep-water navigation also impacted geography, not physically, but its usefulness. If you wanted to buy Chinese silk or Indian spices, you had to pay the tariff set by the Chinese, Mughals, Safavids, Ottomans, and Venetians. These products ended up being luxuries due to the resulting large price tag, and the Ottomans controlled that trade route, so a lot of the money went to them. Then the Portuguese simply sailed around Africa and them, cutting out all the middlemen and bringing vast fortunes. The strategic importance of the Mediterranean, which had helped the Ottomans so much, was suddenly a trap. Now they were closed in and limited by that small ocean and couldn't break out into the open oceans. This brings us to a battle and a war which I believe were more significant than the siege of Vienna. For the Ottomans to break out of the Mediterranean, they would have to conquer and control the entire Mediterranean. So they went to war with Venice, the Papal States, Genoa, and Spain, and were shattered at the Battle of Lepanto, where the recently developed new naval technologies proved their worth. The massive and powerful Ottoman navy that had controlled the Mediterranean for centuries consisted of rowing galleons, meant to board enemy vessels and fight hand to hand. Spain sailed in with cannon-laden sailing galleons that laid waste to the outdated Ottoman navy. Ottoman dominance of the Mediterranean was thereby broken, and they were restricted to a sphere of influence around the easternmost parts of the Mediterranean. Another path to break out was through the Gulf into trying to dominate and seize control of the Indian Ocean. This resulted in a 20-year war with the Portuguese-Ethiopian alliance, which the Ottomans lost. Trapped by the limitations of their geography and technology, the Ottomans became prisoners of their own empire, unable to expand beyond its limitations. But there's also a social change which contributed to eventually undermining the Ottoman Empire. This is St. Hedwig's Cathedral in Berlin. It's just one of many cathedrals all across many European cities, but this one is somewhat special, starting construction under Frederick II of Prussia, intent as being a temple for all religions to share as a common house of worship. It would be the first Catholic cathedral in a Protestant land. Gradually, after a few centuries of slaughtering each other over who was worshipping the right god, Europeans realized that this was silly and instead found other silly reasons to slaughter each other. But the extreme religious intolerance that had existed in prior centuries started to gradually wither away. The Ottomans thereby started losing their monopoly on tolerance. In 1774 came a massive hit to the Ottoman prestige when they were defeated by the Russians in war. The Russians annexed Ottoman lands in the Ukraine and the Crimea, but there's an often overlooked part of this war that arguably might have done even more damage. The peace agreement included a clause that assigned and guaranteed to Russia the role of being the protector of Christians within the Ottoman Empire. And by that extent, since the Ottoman Sultan was also the Caliph, Russia was the protector of Christianity in the entire Islamic world. If you were a Christian in the Ottoman Empire, you were suddenly not only able to find the same degree of condescending tolerance abroad, but you now had nations abroad that took a vested supposed interest in your well-being, who stood up for you against your overlord in case said overlord may act capriciously against you, or at least on the surface. In reality, this clause was more of a crowbar with which Russia could insert itself into Ottoman affairs as a justification for future wars. Nonetheless, this started changing minds. Why should I pay more taxes, be denied equal legal protection, and live my life being constantly degraded as a heretic to a dominant faith? And the final nail in the coffin of the Ottoman social structure came from France, when the French beheaded their king, had somewhat of a revolution, and declared the emancipation of the Jews, with proclaiming that all men were equal, that all had inherent equal rights and liberties no matter their background, ethnicity, faith, or lack thereof. There is a difference between being tolerated and having rights, and with this event, the Ottoman Islamic social structures turned to many into an outdated relic of the past. When Tsar Peter I of Russia, also known as the Great, died in 1725, he left behind a last will and testament unlike any other Tsars before him. It was meant to be shown not just to his direct successor, but to be read by each and every single Tsar or Tsarina after him the moment they ascended to the throne. It wasn't something that he had left behind for them, but a simple instruction: go and conquer Constantinople. The 1800s were a century of imperial expansion and nationalist separatism. Powerful states and ideas would equally come down on the Ottomans with intense pressure. And even though they would try to reform and revive their dying empire, they would find themselves unable to avert disaster. The ideas which the French Revolution had spawned of men as equals, a people's right to self-determination, as well as nationalism, came to be the first thing to bite the Ottomans when the Greeks rebelled during their revolution of the 1820s. Foreign interests, however, also played a role in this. The Greeks were initially losing their revolution until foreign powers saw use in a weakened Ottoman Empire and sent their fleets to help the Greeks achieve victory. This was the tipping point. For the first time, a people under Ottoman rule had risen in revolt against its imperial overlords and won their independence. It showed to all the others what was possible. It showed the Europeans that they could expand their influence over the Ottoman Empire by supporting separatism. It showed the Arabs that their overlords were weaker than expected and beatable. Until this moment, the Ottomans might have even still had a chance to turn things around and possibly avoid a total collapse. But from this moment on, it became unavoidable. The Greek Revolution was one of the biggest, if not the biggest nail in the Ottoman coffin. It would form the basis of a new Greek national identity, form the basis of conflict and antagonism that would last to this very day. And from the first Greek day of independence onward, the Ottomans would huddle from one disaster into another. The first to take advantage were the French, who invaded Ottoman Algeria 2 years after Greek independence and made it a colonial province of the French Empire. Also, 2 years after Greek independence, the Egyptians revolted, took Jerusalem and Damascus, and gained great autonomy. The Ottomans had to get the British for help to regain control over the Levant, but the British would only do so in exchange for Cyprus. Both had to recognize Egyptian autonomy, marking the first time in centuries that an Arab nation asserted itself again on the world stage, with a ruler intent on modernizing and building a modern Arab monarchy. However, we don't know how that would have gone, as Britain took advantage of this fledgling little new state by occupying it, and Egypt was thereby forced into another empire. 2 years before the end of the Greek Revolution, the Ottomans, in an attempt to clamp down and gain more control over their European lands, cracked down on the Bektashi Muslims of Albania, which resulted in a decade of continuous Albanian uprisings. In 1931, Bosnian Muslim landlords rebelled against land reform. The uprising was brutally crushed, and in an attempt to solve the problem, the Ottomans split the lands up into new administrative sections, giving some of it to their Serbian vassals, which created new problems that themselves kept continuously creating new problems to this day. The Serbs themselves kept having uprisings, and so did the Macedonians, the Montenegrins, the Bulgarians, and the Greeks, who were still under Ottoman rule. All this turmoil and chaos convinced outsiders that this place was falling apart and up for grabs. It also fell into a time of greater Russian imperial ambitions under a growing nationalist pan-Slavic movement, a movement that dreamed of a greater Slavic empire, who referred to Istanbul not as Constantinople, but as Tsaringrad, a future capital for such an empire, proclaiming that the turmoil was proof that the Ottomans were mistreating their Christians, and referring to the previously mentioned treaty that gave them the role as the guarantor of safety and protector of Christians in the Islamic world. The Russians invaded in 1854 during what became known as the Crimean War, and it seemed like the Ottomans were in for the next big disaster, possibly even the final one. However, the Russians may have been correct about the Ottomans falling apart, but they had gotten greedy, and with their invasion that was clearly aimed at Constantinople, they upset the European balance of powers. Those European nations may have hated each other, but they certainly didn't want a massive, overly powerful Russian empire dominating the Mediterranean and the Balkans. So in the end, the Russians accomplished something completely different, something that was almost impossible a year before, an alliance between the British, the French, and the Austrians that forced the Russians out of the Balkans, and for good measure also sank the Russian fleet. But the resulting peace agreement exposed how the Ottomans' supposed allies and saviors were in reality just there to snatch bits and pieces for themselves. The British got even more concessions over Cyprus. The French gained the title of protector of Christianity in the Ottoman lands, and they would in the future themselves use it just like the Russians as a crowbar to justify wars. And the Ottomans had to give up even more control over Serbia and Romania. By this time, it would take drastic measures to save the empire, which the Ottomans conducted in 1856 by abolishing the Islamic Sharia-based social order, inviting foreigners to help build a new army, restructured the state to have equal direct representation for all ethnic groups, and even built a nice modern palace in European style as they adopted European dress codes. But these changes were mainly cosmetic and didn't have much impact on changing the overall situation, as things continued mostly as usual. Next came a rebellion of Serbs in Herzegovina who had risen up against Bosnian Muslim landlords. The 1860s brought a Greek insurrection in Crete and an uprising of Arabs in Lebanon, and this was followed by the next great disaster. In 1876, the Bulgarians rose up in revolt. Probably sick and tired of it all, the Ottomans made a monumentally stupid and horrible decision. Instead of just putting down the insurrections as they had done so many times before, they sent an army that raped, burnt, robbed, pillaged, slaughtered, and massacred its way through Bulgaria. In an attempt to pacify the place by terrorizing its people, tens of thousands of civilians were slaughtered. What this war is most remembered for are the mass beheadings. Every time an Ottoman army would march into a town, city, or village, all men aged 14 to 50 were gathered together in the town square and beheaded as the town was forced to watch. However, by 1876, newspapers were in wide circulation and had become part of everyone's daily life. Most nations had by then agreed to basic sets of rules of war that forbade the intentional slaughter of civilians. French, British, German, Italians, Russian, South American, and American journalists were all over Bulgaria, witnessing and writing about these atrocities. From one end of the world to the other, the news of what the Ottomans were doing spread, and the world united in disgust and condemnation of the Ottomans. Seeing all this, the Russians invaded. and this time nobody was going to help the Ottomans. This war, the 11th Russo-Turkish War, was an even bigger disaster for the Ottomans than the independence of Greece and all its previous military defeats. In the previous years, the Ottomans had tried to modernize their army, British and American rifles, German artillery, and British ironclad ships. But the Ottomans had not trained their army on how to use modern equipment and still relied on 200-year-old outdated defensive military tactics. They just hunkered down in trenches, hoping the Russians would do suicidal 17th century bayonet charges. Instead, the Russians shelled them into oblivion with modern artillery. The invading Russian army was also welcomed as liberators by the Bulgarians, Romanians, Armenians, and Serbs. The British and French only intervened and stopped the Russians when they were only a few miles away from Istanbul. In the resulting peace treaty, the Russians annexed the last remaining Ottoman lands in the northern Caucasus and East Armenia. Romania declared full independence and became a Russian ally. Montenegro declared independence. Serbia doubled in size, declared full independence, and became a Russian ally. Bulgaria officially became an autonomous state in the Ottoman Empire, but unofficially was independent and allied with Russia. A mass exodus of Muslims fled these new states in what became one of the world's first recorded refugee crises. In total, 1.5 million who swamped the cities of the empire in slums and squalor. The modernized Ottoman Balkan army had been wiped out. The Ottoman buffer between it and Russia was gone. In any future war, the Russians could now just march right up to Istanbul. And it had also started something else. The Armenians had welcomed the invading Russians in eastern Armenia as liberators, and Western Armenia was still in the Ottoman Empire. The Russians now declared themselves to be the protectors of the Armenians in that empire. The Ottomans now looked with ever-deepening suspicions on them. Something started happening that would, a few decades down the road, lead to one of the worst crimes of the century. However, the end of that war gave the Ottomans also a brief respite, and it came through another series of events that started during that war, something unexpected that must have seemed almost comedic at the time. During the war, when the Serbs marched south and doubled their land in size, they invaded Greece. The Austrians threatened them into getting out of Greece, but the Serbs started something else with that. The Ottomans still controlled vast patches of Balkan lands, but in these lands, intoxicated by nationalist delusions of grandeur and even race, Serb, Greek, Bulgarian, and Albanian nationalists started killing each other before the Ottomans were even gone, so they could have more for themselves once those Ottomans were actually gone. For centuries, these people had lived together in peace and harmony, but with the idea of separation also came the need for new ideas, justifications, and fictions around which to unite a new nation around. In that climate, what separated people became more important than what they had in common, and what differentiated people often was arbitrary. Bosnians are not Turks, but Slavs who converted to Islam centuries ago. So are they Serbs of different faith, as some Serb nationalists claim? Or are they foreign invaders, as other Serb nationalists claim? Or something else entirely? Are Slavs that migrated to northern Macedonia Greeks? Are Orthodox Bulgarians Greeks? Who gets what cultural heritage? Should all Slavs be in one state? Should Greece have what it claims to have had 1,000 years ago? As the Ottoman Empire collapsed in the Balkans, the newly emergent entities started engaging each other in hostility. Serbs against Greeks, against Bulgarians, and vice versa, over who the people in the remaining lands were and should be part of. 30 years before the Ottomans had even left those lands. These fights were the forerunners of wars soon to come, but also the harbinger of greater catastrophes to befall the Balkans in the closing years of the 20th century. During the war with Russia, the other European powers met at a conference in Berlin where they divided Africa up amongst themselves, but also secretly divided up the remaining Ottoman lands in Africa without even telling them. The British made Cyprus a full protectorate and occupied Egypt, which was technically still an Ottoman protectorate. The French invaded Tunisia and made it part of their empire. The Ottomans were furious, but there was little to nothing they could do. Within a time period of only 70 years, the once mightiest empire of the hemisphere had shrunken down to a fifth of its former size. A quarter of its population was still Christian, but it had lost almost all it had in Europe besides northern Macedonia, northern Greece, Rumelia, and Crete. All its African vassals were gone, with the exception of Libya, which was basically just a scrap of sand and not worth that much. The Caucasus had slipped away into the hands of Russia, who were by now their biggest threat and right at their doorstep. The Mediterranean was now mostly under British control, and in the remaining Arab lands, the empire had lost much of its legitimacy as an Islamic spiritual leader, as the Arabs increasingly turned away to seek new leaders and solutions. In this mess, a group of idealistic young men would lash out in an attempt to save what was left, but in the end would only bring upon themselves the end of the empire. If you Google the Young Turks, the result you are going to get are mainly these clowns. A group of American left-wing pundits who named their show after the Young Turks. Why you would do that, I don't know. The result, however, is that this is what people think the Young Turks are, when the Young Turks were in fact someone else. It all started in the 1800s. After several military defeats, the Ottomans invited foreign military staff to train their military officers in newly built cadet schools in places like Thessaloniki. A generation of young Turkish officer cadets, as well as a generation of Turkish students of law and medicine, had the opportunity to travel abroad and study the newest insights in technology, military leadership, and laws abroad. And it convinced them that something had to radically change if the empire was to be saved. They formed underground organizations such as the Committee for Union and Progress, but they became more commonly known as the Young Turks. These revolutionaries believed that for the Ottoman Empire to survive, it needed to reform and adapt to a new world where it would take its equal place amongst European empires. At the turn of the century, the Ottoman Empire fell into another period of crisis. The Austrians occupied Bosnia, and dozens of rebellions flared up by Greeks, Armenians, Albanians, Macedonians, and Arabs. Within all this mess, the Young Turks seized the opportunity to seize power in 1908. The Sultan was forced into signing away all political power and reinstate a constitution. The Ottoman Empire became a constitutional monarchy, but in no way became a democratic society. But their ascent to power did not slow down the decline. Instead, it encouraged outsiders to take advantage of the instability. An Albanian uprising, a war with the new Balkan states, and a war with Italy were the result. The Ottomans lost their last lands in the Balkans, as well as Libya and strategically important Aegean islands to the Italians. And the uprising in Albania foreshadowed what was to come in the following decade. After crushing the rebellion, the Young Turk government banned the Albanian language, Albanian alphabet, Albanian schools, and Albanian traditional dress. By 1913, power resided with a military triumvirate under the three Young Turk pashas or military leaders, Talat Pasha, Enver Pasha, and Jamal Pasha. And with that, they also increasingly abandoned the idea that an empire of multiple ethnicities and faiths could successfully be preserved. Turkification was instead what they worked towards. As the Young Turks started to build a modern nation-state out of their empire, they sought new ideas and fictions around which to forge their new vision. The old ways, the ways of the religious hierarchy and Sharia, had to go. But what do we replace it with? The Young Turks adopted a nationalism through which they saw peoples in ethnic and lingual categories and classifications. They started using the word Turk when describing themselves and the land most Turks lived in. While the Ottoman nobility may have spoken Persian, the Young Turks popularized the use of the Turkish language as a rebellion against the corrupt royal elites. This was an era of nationalist movements across the world, trying to reaffirm and reassess cultural independence and identity. In Ireland, Gaelic cultural organizations formed, and playwrights wrote pieces like Kathleen Houlihan, which had the distinct purpose of separating Irishness from Britishness and rediscovering and reinventing an Irish cultural identity. In China, nationalists overthrew the Manchu monarchy and reinvented a new Han Chinese republican national identity. The Indian National Congress increasingly protested the British presence in India, and what happened in the Ottoman Empire was no different than the child of its time. The Young Turks searched for national figures and heroes to reinvent a Turkish culture. The word Turk comes from a tribal name of the old Turkic era and means strength. They rediscovered a medieval Turkish poet and religious mystic, Yunus Emre, who broke with the standards and customs of his time by refusing to write poetry in Persian and refusing to preach religion in Arabic, instead doing so in the common Turkish language of the peasants. He was declared to be the father of the Turkish language, which, however, isn't really true. He just wrote in Turkish to reach more people. Young Turk leaders and politicians such as Ziya Gökalp defined the new Ottoman Empire as a society consisting of people who speak the same language, have the same education, and are united in their religious and aesthetic ideals. And the problem with that increasingly spreading nationalism was that it left no room for others. Your ethnicity, your language, your faith, and the way you practiced your faith became increasingly relevant in this society. The Young Turks became increasingly racist over time, looking down on Arabs, Armenians, Greeks, Assyrians, and Alawites with increasing racialized contempt, as a people who supposedly refused to become part of the modern world, or as a foreign and enemy entity from within. With passing time, they became increasingly volatile and also delusional. Enver Pasha dreamt of a great Turkic empire stretching from the Balkans to China that he would conquer for a unified, ethnically Turkish empire. The idea in itself is nonsensical. The Turkic cultural sphere contains various different languages and cultural expressions. Even the notion of a Turkish race, after centuries of assimilations and integrations of different peoples, is purely nonsensical. Yet those facts did not delude the delusions of grandeur that some within the Young Turk ranks had come to believe. A Turkish empire was to be built, and those within it who were not Turks would have to assimilate into becoming Turks or go. The Young Turks aligned themselves with the German Empire, dressed like German officers and generals, and saw the German Empire as an exemplar model for how to build their new empire. As such, they helped drag the empire into the First World War, which first and foremost exposed one thing: their incompetence. Jamal Pasha marched south, intent to take Egypt from the British, lost, got bogged down, and took out his frustrations by mass hangings of Arabs and Assyrians, which resulted in the Arabs increasingly despising their Turkish overlords. Enver Pasha had the genius idea of invading Russia without preparing for the Russian winter, with predictable results. He came back and instead of taking responsibility, blamed the Armenians. Within the new nationalist vision for the Ottoman Empire the Young Turks had, the Armenians were by not being Turkish and by not being Muslims already separated from the remaining population as different. To emphasize the difference, even though claiming to abandon the old hierarchy of the Ottoman Empire, the Young Turks took advantage of it by branding the Armenians as kuffar, or unbelievers, as beneath the Muslim population. The Armenians never rose above the status of being second-class citizens, even as the Ottoman Empire reformed. After the failed rebellions of the late 1800s, even the Young Turks denied them legal rights and equality with the remaining population. As the Ottoman Empire was at war and had suffered significant military defeats, the Armenians were an easy pick as scapegoats for all that had gone wrong. In response to a rebellion in Van that had been artificially aggravated by the Ottoman army, the Interior Minister of War made the decision to mass deport the Armenians. Enver Pasha, on May 2, 1915, gave his seal of approval to this via letter. The Young Turks sought to remove the Armenians for nationalist reasons, on the grounds of removing an ethnicity from their society. But to achieve this, they went by a different means, appealing to the Islamic beliefs of the majority population. They called for a jihad against the non-believers and appealed to people to rid the empire of the kuffar. Lists were made of Armenian intellectuals and community leaders, camps established, soldiers were given orders, militias were armed, and camps built for the purpose. When the order was given, Armenian community leaders and intellectuals in urban areas were arrested and killed. Armenians were forced to leave their towns and deported south into the Syrian desert in forced marches. Up to 1.5 million Armenians died in the deserts of Syria, forced to march through the deserts or left in camps with neither food or water. They succumbed to thirst, hunger, and disease. Every genocide has its deniers. However, the traces of what happened cannot simply be wiped away. Travel through eastern Anatolia today and you will see the empty Armenian churches wherever you may go. The Armenian genocide is denied by the Turkish government and Turkish academia to this very day, and the society that cannot confront the demons of its past is a society that will be haunted by those demons. As such, we will encounter this genocide again in later chapters. The genocide in the end didn't help the Young Turks change the tide of war. As the Russian Empire collapsed, the Armenians in the east broke off to form their own republic, now even more hostile towards them. The Arabs rebelled en masse and harassed the Ottomans from Arabia to Damascus, something the British would take advantage of. And the British expeditionary force took Basra and Baghdad. In the end, the Young Turks only signed their own death warrant with what they had done. The world had noticed what had happened, and for what they had done they would, in case of defeat, not be able to merely surrender, but would be wanted men for the crimes that they had committed. Our story, the story of modern Turkey, begins here on the beach in the Dardanelles, in a place called Gallipoli. And to fully understand and appreciate, we need to go back to be introduced to the man who would make and shape modern Turkey, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk. He was born as Mustafa in 1881 in Salonika, which is today's Thessaloniki in modern-day Greece. It might seem weird to you, but in the Ottoman Empire, commoners did not have last names, only the royal family did. Growing up in Ottoman Greece as a Turk would impact his views in later life. The experience of being part of a minority in a majority culture, but also in that he was exposed to the nationalism and ideas of the Greeks around him at the time. Not just if Greece should be an independent state or not, but whether it should be a Hellenic kingdom or a Hellenic republic. In school he would excel at maths and prove to be a very intelligent kid, resulting in his teacher giving him his second name, Kemal, from the Arabic word for excellence. After school he would enroll in an Ottoman military academy in northern Macedonia and later in the Ottoman Military Staff College in Istanbul, pursuing a career as an army officer. It was through his path through the military institutions of the empire that he met and joined the various revolutionary movements around the Young Turks. He himself also got the chance to travel abroad and also formed revolutionary organizations such as in Damascus, with the intention of reforming the empire. He was in many ways a rebel. He smoked a lot and even drank a lot of alcohol, which was highly forbidden in the empire. He read illegal literature, discussed with his comrades how the empire should be reformed, and at one point even landed in jail for his activities. But there were big differences between him and the other mostly Young Turk officers. Most importantly, he was not a Young Turk. Neither did he believe in their ideas and plans. The Young Turks mainly looked for their inspiration on how to reform the empire to the German Empire and to German nationalism as something to copy. The strict militaristic state hierarchy of what was basically a military dictatorship was in their opinion the only way to save the Ottoman Empire. Mustafa Kemal, however, disagreed. He was more interested in what he had seen in France, in particular the French Republic. He saw the pluralistic political system of the French Republic and its desire for progress and advancement in society and the sciences as a better model to copy. He learned to read and speak French, and as such, while the Young Turks read the translations of Prussian militarists, Mustafa Kemal preferred reading the works of French revolutionary and Enlightenment philosophers. In particular, his favorite one, Auguste Comte, a positivist who strictly rejected all forms of metaphysical thought, advocated for the advancement of society in thinking and actions reasoned and based on scientific facts and research, and in particular, advocated for mankind to liberate itself by abandoning all forms of religious ballast and superstition. Generally, in the history of the last 200 years, Comte's writing had more of an impact than most are even aware of. They are basically the foundation of modern French secularism, known as laïcité, and you will find one of his quotes about achieving order and progress, at least partially, on the flag of the Brazilian Republic, whose founders were readers and admirers of Comte. But most significant for our story, they shaped the political thinking of the young officer cadet Mustafa Kemal. He believed the Young Turks didn't go far enough, that they still clung on to old and outdated traditions, that their thinking was still by and large backward, that the German Empire they modeled themselves after was also backward, and that only radical social and state reforms modeled after European republics such as France would be the solution. You might have even heard or read some of his quotes from this era.
There is only one civilization, the European civilization. There is no second civilization. Civilization is the European civilization. And it must be established here, with all of its thorns and roses.
And there was a second, large point of disagreement between Mustafa Kemal and the Young Turks. And that disagreement was probably the biggest one with which Mustafa Kemal was also largely ahead of his time. He didn't believe that the empire should continue. He believed that the age of empires and colonialism was coming to an end. He also rejected ideas like Enver Pasha's Turanism, the idea of a pan-Turkish empire stretching from China to the Balkans, as fantasies and delusions. Instead, he advocated for a small Turkish solution. The empire should disband, and it should give up rule over the Arabs and the peoples of the Balkans. He also believed that empire held nations back, that for the Ottomans being tied into the Islamic world, in particular the Arab world, tied the Turks into religious-based political and social backwardness. Therefore, Turkey should give up the idea of being the leaders of the Islamic world, reject all cultural influences from there, draw borders around the smaller, more compact, and mostly ethnically and lingually unison Turkish homeland, instead of seeking deeper ties into Arabia and Iran, and to build new bridges into Europe and North America and rebuild itself as a modern Turkish nation-state. By the time of the Young Turk coup, Mustafa Kemal had risen to the rank of colonel, and by the entry of the First World War was one of the most experienced military leaders of the Ottoman army, with combat experience in the war with Italy and the Second Balkan War. But because of his beliefs, he was kept away from any political power or even any significant military post. His relationship with the Young Turk government was strenuous at best, but eventually he was given a post commanding a division in Gallipoli, and it was there where he proved his worth. Unlike many of his Young Turk contemporaries, he didn't just dress like a soldier, but actually was one. He had a better understanding of modern warfare and the defensive tactics of trench warfare. When the British sent an army of Australian and New Zealand troops to take the Dardanelles and Istanbul with the intention of knocking the Ottomans out of the war, he correctly anticipated where the attacks would take place, to then organize and command a successful defense and what would be the first Ottoman victory of the war. The victory at Gallipoli changed his prospects, as the German allies, but also the Young Turks, had to recognize his potential. But far more important for later years, the fact that he was fighting in Gallipoli kept him clear of any involvement in the Armenian genocide that was taking place at the same time. He was promoted to general in 1916 and given command of part of the army in the Caucasus, where the Russians had recently launched an invasion of Anatolia. Under his command, the Russians were defeated at Bitlis, halting any further Russian advances. This victory made it abundantly clear that Gallipoli had not been a fluke, and that he was one of the most competent commanders in the Ottoman army, for which by 1917 he was put in charge of Ottoman forces in the Levant, facing the British and the Arab revolt. But there were no victories to be found there. After years of incompetent leadership under Jamal Pasha and his attempts to terrorize the Arabs into obedience, the Ottomans had all but lost control over Arabia. Jerusalem fell to the British, as did Basra and Baghdad, and the Arabs were in full revolt in the remaining lands. By 1918, the Arab revolt had their biggest victory when they took Damascus and started marching on Aleppo. Faced with what would have been certain defeat, Mustafa Kemal decided to instead save his army and organized a retreat back into Anatolia. It was at this point, literally in the same week that Mustafa Kemal retreated his army into Anatolia in fact, that the Sultan, Mehmed VI, reached out to the Allied powers for peace and had an armistice signed. The three Young Turk Pashas, who had dragged the Ottoman Empire into this catastrophe in the first place, as well as conducted the Armenian genocide, all fled abroad to escape being held accountable. Which in the end didn't help them much. Talat Pasha was shot dead by an Armenian in Berlin in 1921. Enver Pasha was killed by an Armenian Red Army officer in the Caucasus in 1922. Jamal Pasha was killed in Georgia in 1922 by a group of free Armenians. And many other senior Young Turk figures involved in the Armenian genocide who had fled abroad were killed by Armenians. It is also often forgotten today that in the aftermath of the war, legal action was taken against many of the Ottoman officials who had partaken in the Armenian genocide in the defeated Ottoman Empire. This was demanded by the Allies and also endorsed by Mustafa Kemal, who wrote,
"It is our main wish that the rule of law be applied impartially, and that complete justice begins. Since the responsibility in our country is equally shared by young and old, the punishment should not only remain on paper, thereby remaining only propaganda which can lead to many unnecessary discussions, but should be carried out, since this would successfully impress the foreign element."
The court-martials set up by the Istanbul and Ankara governments were, however, lackluster, designed in a way that cabinet members could influence outcomes and sentencing, and many of those involved managed to escape punishment. By 1920, in the Paris suburb of Sèvres, Sultan Mehmed VI was made to sign the Treaty of Sèvres, a peace treaty even harsher than the Treaty of Versailles was on the Germans. The Ottoman Empire's lands in Arabia were to be divided up between the British and the French. Eastern Anatolia would be divided up amongst the newly formed Armenian Republic and the new Kurdish state. Southern Anatolia would be given to the French. Eastern Anatolia divided amongst the Italians and Greeks. The Dardanelles and Istanbul would become a formerly international zone, however under British occupation, so basically part of the British Empire. The Turks would be restricted to a small remaining rump state in northern Anatolia, which was 15% of what the empire was before the war, and under a de facto colonial supervision. Adding to that were crippling reparations, and it became abundantly clear that the Turks were to have their lands divided up as colonies to the victors. This treaty was unacceptable to Mustafa Kemal, who in mid-1919 was tasked with reorganizing the Ottoman army to crush any resistance against the treaty and the Sultan in the remaining rump state. Instead, he assembled a congress and from the small town of Ankara declared independence from the Sultan's government and proclaimed to resist the foreign occupation of Anatolia, beginning the Turkish War of Independence. That war, from the onset, seemed absolutely hopeless. The Turks were on their own and pretty much surrounded. The Greeks used this crisis to invade Anatolia in an attempt to build a greater Greece. The Armenians also invaded in an attempt to take the lands inhabited by Armenians before the genocide. The French army occupied vast parts of southern Anatolia, intent on dismantling Ottoman state and cultural structures. A large British fleet was anchored in Istanbul, and the Kurds by now were eager to build their own promised state. But a series of events at the beginning of this conflict pushed things into Mustafa Kemal's favor. The British found oil in the Kurdish homelands of northern Mesopotamia, which led to them betraying the Kurds. Instead of giving them their own homeland, they clustered them into the new colonial administration of Iraq under Arab overlords. The remaining Kurds in Anatolia consequently sided with Mustafa Kemal, who promised them equality under Turkish rule and the resurrection of the Caliphate. Things looked far tougher in the east, as the Turks seemed to be in for a long protracted war with the Armenians. However, in 1920, out of the blue, the Soviet Union invaded Armenia and annexed it. With that, there were no more threats from the east. To the south, the French got bogged down in the guerrilla war with the local Turkish population, and in early 1920 were defeated by the Turkish National Army under Mustafa Kemal's command, leaving them with no other choice but the retreat back into French-occupied Syria. By far the biggest threat were the Greeks, who seized control of Anatolian lands that were actually promised to the Italians and marched into central Anatolia with one victory after another. The Greeks got close to taking Ankara but were halted and pushed back by 1921 under Mustafa Kemal's command. The war ended in 1922 with the Greeks retreating and the burning of the Greek city of Smyrna, which would later be rebuilt and renamed to Izmir. The end of the war with the Greeks pretty much solidified a Turkish victory, and the British, rather than fight, decided to abandon Istanbul and make peace with the Turks. This victory was a triumph that would cement Mustafa Kemal as a national hero even before he had established his state. There are only 5 countries in the world that avoided being colonized, most through concessions and alliances with other empires or by becoming colonial empires themselves. Turkey is unique amongst them, in that under Mustafa Kemal's leadership it is the only one which managed to avoid colonization by fighting those who sought to colonize it, and more importantly, doing so on its own and outnumbered. It made Mustafa Kemal the savior of the nation and the revered leader and anti-colonial hero, even outside of Turkey, where many leaders in Arabia, Iran and Pakistan would seek to copy him in the future. This war, however, also significantly changed the social makeup of Anatolia. There used to be a Greek population of up to 2 million people in Anatolia before the First World War, and with the burning of Izmir, the last big Greek population center disappeared. You can today still travel throughout the coastlines of Anatolia and you will find empty Greek towns and villages whose population packed and fled between 1914 and 1922. In the peace agreement, the League of Nations ordered a population exchange. 1.5 million Greeks were to leave Turkey and head for Greece, while 1 million Turks were to leave Greece and head for Turkey. It is important to note that today this would be considered to be ethnic cleansing, but at the time it was seen as a legitimate policy measure to guarantee peace. But, as we would see later, it didn't. What it did, however, do was change Anatolia, which for millennia had been a place of multiple cultures and faiths. The Christian population was reduced to a mere 2%, and the Anatolia Mustafa Kemal inherited was a by and large ethnically and religiously monomorphic society of Sunni Muslim Turks. Thousands of these Turks watched in late 1923 as the last British ships and troops left Istanbul. They all still wore the traditional Islamic headdress for men called the fez. Most of them probably had no idea that they were witnessing the dawn of a new age and the radical break with the past, unprecedented not just for Turkey, but in all of human history. On the 29th of October 1923, the Turkish Republic was declared after the Sultanate had been abolished in the previous year. The only thing that this republic would keep from the past was the flag.
The politician who needs help of religion to govern is nothing but an idiot. For more than 500 years, the rules and theories of ancient Arabic sheikhs, Muhammad, and the absurd interpretations by generations of filthy and ignorant clergy in Turkey dictated all civil and criminal law. They dictated the state from the Constitution, the smallest of activities and gestures of citizens, their diet, the hours of rest and labor, the choice of clothing, the curriculum in schools, our manners and habits, and even our most intimate thoughts. Islam is a rotting corpse that is poisoning all of our lives. There are many different nations, but there is only one civilization. A prerequisite for the progress within a nation is to be a part of that civilization. There are no differences between the Orient and the Occident. There is only a difference between backwardsness and modernity.
The fez was a traditional Islamic headdress worn by men across the Islamic world. It originated in North Africa, and throughout the 17th and 18th century, it became increasingly widespread throughout the Islamic world. From Indonesia to Morocco, devout Muslim men would wear it, just as devout Muslim women would wear the veil. It became the official headgear of the Ottoman army uniform, and even non-Muslims who resided within the Ottoman Empire and Muslims who lived outside of the Ottoman Empire would wear it. It signified loyalty to the Caliph, the Islamic social order, the Ummah, and the Caliph's authority over the Islamic world. You can see the fez on the heads of the cheering crowds as the Turkish Republic is founded in 1923. At that time, 80% of that republic's population lived in the countryside. 90% could neither read nor write. Ideas such as nationalism, republicanism, liberalism, progress, modernity, science, or secularism were something most people had never even heard of. A national identity didn't exist, and most group identities were restricted to clans, religious groups, and family structures within rural villages. This was not a population that could carry and advance a revolution, especially since they wouldn't even understand what a revolution was or what they were doing it for, which consequently would shape what Atatürk's revolution would be, one dictated from the top to bottom, and not the other way around as revolutions usually go. This in return would leave behind a legacy of governance enforced autocratically from top to bottom, no matter what the wider rabble may think of it. Within a period of 14 years, the world of the average Turk was turned completely on its head. On the 3rd of March 1924, Mustafa Kemal formally abolished the caliphate. This might seem like nothing to you from an outsider's perspective, but remember, the Sultan and the Caliph were two separate institutions. The Sultanate had been abolished 2 years before with the founding of the Republic, but the Caliphate had still existed. There were many sultans throughout the Islamic world throughout its history, but there could only ever be one Caliph. The Caliph was not a pope of the Islamic world, but considered to be the spiritual descendant of Muhammad and to represent his authority as a religious authority to all Muslims. The Caliphate had existed since Islam itself existed. The title had gone from the Umayyads to the Abbasids to to the Ottomans and was seen as an integral part of the Islamic faith and the understanding of the Ummah as a community of Muslims in the world under a leader. And with one stroke of a pen and the presidential proclamation, Mustafa Kemal abolished it. Gone was a central element of the Islamic world, an authority to all Muslims and their understanding of themselves as a group identity and part of a community that had existed for over 1,000 years. The consequences of this decision were monumental. Mustafa Kemal had promised the Kurds to protect the Caliphate in the War of Independence, which resulted in the first split between the Kurds and the Turks. But the consequences were even larger beyond the Turkish Republic. It completely shattered a key element in how many people in the Muslim world saw and understood themselves. What are we now? Who are we? What is our tribe? Our identity, our community? Are we still Muslims? Can Islam persist without the Caliphate? Are we nationalities? Are we Asians? Are we Africans? Are we Arabs? Are we Iranian? Are we races? Are we comrades? Are we a community? Can Jews or Christians be part of our community? Can we live with Hindus? Are we kings? Are we republicans? Are we back in the 6th century? What? Where? Who? How? Many, if not most, of the problems throughout the Islamic countries in identity, politics, and nationality can be traced back to this fateful moment. From Gamal Abdel Nasser's proclamations of Arab nationalism, to Iran's Shah proclaiming himself to be a living god, to Jinnah founding a separate Muslim nation in India, to anti-Semitic pogroms in Iraq and Morocco, to the Saudis dragging their society back into the late Iron Age. On the 4th of April 1996, when Mohammed Omar founded the Taliban, he broke open the chest of the cloak inside the Shrine of the Cloak in Kandahar, Afghanistan, where Muhammad's cloak had been kept for centuries, and wrapped himself in it, proclaimed before his followers that he was the legitimate representative of Muhammad, the Caliph of all Muslims, leader of the new caliphate, and that the false gods of nationalism, democracy, and communism had failed. Events echoed when bin Laden proclaimed his war to restore the caliphate to the black flags recently flying over Iraq and Syria. It is still too early to say what the full consequences of Mustafa Kemal's decision were when he abolished an institution that he thought of as too backwards to be reformed and therefore had to be destroyed. But make no mistake about the tremendous impact that this decision had throughout the world. But for Mustafa Kemal, that decision was just the starting shot. He followed it up by banning the fez, turbans, niqab, and burqa and the criminal penalty. The hijab was banned in public spaces such as schools and government buildings, and women who throughout most of the history of the Islamic world had been silent figures forced into the background by religion were told to come forward and be public beings and figures. This was followed by the closing of all Islamic schools. Keep in mind that at the time, all schools were Islamic schools, and the Sunni clergy held a monopoly on education. This was now over. New schools were opened. The curriculum was entirely secular. Religion was scrapped entirely out of education, and education was compulsory, and far more radical, it was also compulsory for girls, who had previously, due to Islamic customs, been denied any and all education. This was followed by all women being granted and guaranteed legal equality before the law. And that was followed by the abolition of the Islamic calendar. It was no longer the year 1344, but the year 1925, as it was throughout the rest of the non-Muslim world. Next, he abolished Sharia law in its totality in each and every corner of the legal code, be it civil or criminal law. No more special taxes for non-Muslims, no more restrictions of freedoms, no more prohibition of alcohol, no more punishments for apostasy or other. He introduced freedom of consciousness, making it possible for Muslims to convert to other faiths, or even openly leave their faith and be open atheists. Marriages between faiths and lack of faiths were now legal without a spouse being forced to convert, as it would have been under Sharia. Mixed faith couples could now raise children together, which was forbidden under Sharia. The Islamic courts, Sharia justices, and the Sheikhul Islam, the highest religious legal authority in the land, were all abolished. He introduced a civil code of criminal and civil laws, shaped after examples set in Europe and North America, the first, and so far, only majority Muslim country to ever do so. Next, he banned the call to prayer from minarets at mosques. Next, all imams became state bureaucrats on government payroll, under control by a secular government institution. What could and could not be preached during religious sermons had to be approved by the state. Preaching in Arabic was abolished and had to be conducted in the Turkish language. Next, The Turkish alphabet was Latinized. The old Persian Arabic alphabet was replaced at all state and commercial institutions and schools. All adults who could read and write had to learn the new alphabet. All who couldn't read or write were taught to read and write with the new alphabet. All children would be raised with the new alphabet. Government advisors cautioned Mustafa Kemal to do this slowly and that it could only be done over the course of a decade. But Mustafa Kemal persisted and had this reform pushed through in 5 months. Next, all Turks had to take last names. Until then, people throughout the Islamic world had mostly only had 1 or 2 names, but there was no such thing as a last name or a family name. Mustafa Kemal changed that and took the last name Ataturk, which means the father of the Turks. He was the only one to take this name, and since he had no children, he would, in Turkish history, be the one and only father of the Turks. Next, Islam as the official religion of the state was cut out of the Republic's constitution. This was then followed by secularism being written into the constitution, defining the Turkish Republic as a state that separates religion and state. And there's a note to be made here. The Turkish word for secularism is laikik, which is a francophone, a French loanword in the Turkish language based on the French term laïcité. And that is important because French secularism isn't your average secularism. While most modern republics define the separation of religion and state as a freedom of religion, in which citizens are free to worship, believe and practice their faith, and even base their politics on their religious beliefs as long as they don't force them upon others, French separation of religion and state, which is called laïcité, is defined as freedom from religion, in that you, the citizen, are freed from religion by the state. It bans religious dress from all government and public institutions, be they parliament or school. It forbids any and all religiously inspired or dictated social policy, be they through private organizations or elected officials. This uniquely French interpretation of secularism, derived from the French revolutions and its thinkers like Auguste Comte, is controversial to this day, as it gives the French government the authority to restrict religious expression in public, such as banning the burkini and burqa under criminal penalty. It also gives the French authorities the power to restrict private religious programs and activities that the state determined to contravene the common good. For example, offering a pseudo-medical procedure known as gay conversion therapy in France is punished with a $60,000 fine and a 2-year prison sentence. Laïcité is far more invasive and has a more hands-on approach to the separation of state and religion than in most other republics and democracies, and it is this type of separation of religion and state which Ataturk adopted for his new republic. Turkish society was torn down to then be rebuilt and modeled after the European states of the time. But Ataturk didn't just want to catch up with the modernity of his neighbors, he wanted to outdo them. But where could he? In what regard were European and American nations still lagging behind in progress? These were for most modern states technologically advanced with legal equality for all men, but mostly only for men. At the turn of the decade, women's equality movements had sprung into action as they had never before in human history. This is where Ataturk saw an opportunity to show off the progress of his new society to the outside world, and to even hint on how his new republic might soon overtake all the others. In the decades before, the Ottomans had made a point of showing off their princes to the outside world as symbols of the empire. Ataturk turned this on its head. He adopted several young girls who showed promise in education and accomplishments, such as Afet İnan and Sabiha Gökçen. Afet İnan became an accomplished anthropologist and historian. Sabiha Gökçen became the world's first Air Force pilot, and they both were presented throughout the world as symbols of progress within the Turkish Republic. Most countries represent themselves through national symbols, such as a national animal. Within this concept of national symbols, France is unique as it represents itself as a woman, the famous Marianne leading the revolution. Ataturk decided that the symbol of Turkey was to be a modern, dark-haired Turkish woman leading the nation to progress. These were the images that Ataturk wanted the world to see. No longer should Turkey be seen as this weird backward nation where veiled women are hidden behind closed doors, but a forward-thinking republic where a female president of a university and acclaimed historian can congratulate American women on receiving the right to vote and finally being the equals of their Turkish sisters.
Amerika kadınlığını takdir ederim. Çünkü siyasi haklarını tamamen kazanmışlardır. Türk kadınları da şimdiye kadar aldıkları haklarıyla iktifa etmeyeceklerdir.
One of Atatürk's biggest projects was his new capital. At first, there was confusion when he moved the capital from Istanbul to Ankara. Istanbul had been one of the world's most important metropolis for millennia. Ankara was comparatively nothing, a small town with a population of barely 30,000. But this was done for good reason. Compared to Istanbul, which had geographically been a central location in the larger empire, Ankara was geographically more central within the geography of the new republic. It was easier to access, had the only rail network leading into the south, and contained the headquarters of the army. But more importantly, the small size also served another purpose for Atatürk. He could build a new city for a new state in a new century. At a time when modernist architects were persecuted by fascist movements in Europe, Atatürk invited many of them, such as Bruno Taut, Clemens Holzmeister and Paul Bonatz, to come into a Turkish exile and build a new capital with him. What they built was the futuristic Ankara that we know today. Detached from many concepts of traditional Middle Eastern style of buildings, a modern European metropolis was stamped out of the ground. If you visit the city today, you will find the symbols of another cultural revolution that took place here, manifested in architecture. Best symbolized with the Road of Lions, because these lions are imitations of 10,000-year-old Hittite bronze figurines. Adding to that, the coat of arms that Atatürk chose for his new city was a Hittite sun wheel, and the Road of Lions is also not far away from the newly built Turkish National Museum, filled with Hittite, Assyrian, Persian, Greek, Roman and nomadic artifacts. This might seem small to you from an outsider's perspective, but symbolized another monumental break from traditions and customs in Islamic societies. Before Atatürk, pre-Islamic cultures and relics were considered to be barbaric or even as sacrilegious or demonic by Islamic societies. In Arabia, ancient pre-Islamic castles and temples are being destroyed to this very day. Atatürk's new vision for his new state required the forging of a new national Turkish identity, and that new identity based on nationality, heritage and language made the ancient pre-Islamic civilizations part of that national identity. The Turks were to no longer just see themselves and identify themselves as just a part of a wider Islamic community, but to take pride in an identity with a wider historic legacy that included nomadic horsemen and ancient Anatolian civilizations. All of these reforms, the complete restructuring and reorganizing of a society in such a radical way, like it had almost never been done before or since in human history, happened within 14 years, between 1923 and 1937. The goal behind them was to create a modern state shaped after a European republic, but precisely the problem there is that republics are more often than not societies with a right to self-determination for the individual. Ask yourself this: is a society that forces you to not be religious any better than a society that forces you to be religious? You might find forced political religiosity and religious doctrine more contemptible than forced secularism, but a key component in both remains the force. Erziehungsdiktatur is a term coined by the German historian Harald Neubert, who spent the final years of his academic career trying to figure out why the Soviet Union had failed. The word basically translates to educational dictatorship, or the educating dictatorship. The idea is that the state was ruled by an ideological minority who found their legitimacy not through public approval but within their own beliefs, and saw it as their role to rule as dictators until the public would finally be educated enough to see the validity of those beliefs and elect them through their own volition. However, in the Soviet Union, the dictatorial experience merely educated the people into rejecting that ideology. Atatürk's state was in many ways such an educational dictatorship. Atatürk saw himself as the first and last dictator of Turkey, the one dictator that the nation needed to educate it into never having another dictator again after him. The problem he had was putting this into effect. In 1925, he encouraged opposition figures to found a liberal opposition party with the intention of gradually democratizing society. However, seeing this as a weakness, disgruntled remnants of the Young Turks attempted to assassinate him, and the Kurdish Sheikh Said launched a rebellion to overthrow the republic, to reinstitute Sharia and re-establish the caliphate. The project of Turkish democracy was put on rest, and Atatürk responded with harsh measures, executing the remaining Young Turk leaders and launching a heavy military crackdown against the Kurds. It was after this backlash that he somewhat backtracked his previously more radical positions.
We believe that religion, which for the longest times has been used as an instrument of politics, must be liberated from politics to be elevated. We cannot abuse our holy faiths as instruments of politics.
It is unclear how sincere he may have been when making this statement. Ataturk himself had stopped practicing Islam in 1923, but besides the conflict with the religious population, the Kurdish uprising of 1925 also exposed other problems with the new vision of the Turkish national identity. The fact that it was built on a new nationalist identity formed exclusively around the Turkish language, heritage and culture. It left no room for Kurds, thereby sowing the seeds for inevitable future conflicts. It was an idea that left no room for any cultural, lingual and to some extent even political aberrations. However, the pluralism that Ataturk wished for this society to achieve requires such aberrations and diversity to exist. To ensure that his vision for the future after him would be safe, Ataturk established the National Security Council, an institution of generals that had the expressed permission to intervene in the politics of the country by force if the constitution of the secular republic was ever under threat of being undermined. A role usually given to civil opposition, and the Supreme Court was thereby handed to the army, guaranteeing even more future conflict potential. The cracks in all of this would show at some point. Decades later it would be revealed that Sabiha Gökçen, the war hero, a national symbol of Turkish social progress, was actually an Armenian, a genocide survivor adopted from an orphanage by Ataturk. The diversity in this society was still there, it was just hidden behind the scenes. Mustafa Kemal Atatürk died on the 10th of November 1938 at 9:05 in the morning. It is an easy historic date and time to remember, because every year on the 10th of November at 9:05 in the morning, the sirens go off in all Turkish cities and towns, and everyone stops in their tracks for a minute of silence. For outsiders, it all might seem somewhat weird to observe, almost like a personality cult in a dictatorship. But this is really not the case. Ataturk is genuinely revered by the Turkish people, who to this day see him as the savior of their nation and the founder of their modern society. To this day, they go to his memorial in Ankara in the millions to pay their respects. Years ago, when I first looked into this topic and had a conversation with a Turkish friend, I commented on how weird it was to me that Mustafa Kemal called himself the father of the Turks, and was abruptly interrupted by a "No, we call him the father of the Turks." As we go forward into the story of the Republic, you will find that Ataturk's shadow dominates over this state and its people throughout their journey through the 20th century. No other political figure would have as much of an impact on this country as he did, until 2003. This video is part 2 of a 3-part series. You will find the link to part 1 in the description. There is this pernicious rumor, especially in more left-leaning circles, that Turkey was at the brink of joining the Nazis during the Second World War, which simply isn't true. The origin of that myth is the Soviet Union and Soviet propaganda. In Stalinist propaganda movies, Turks are often depicted as devious, backstabbing schemers helping the Nazis behind the backs of everyone while pretending to be neutral. The reason for this open hostility by the Soviets is, however, rather simple. All state entities inherit the geopolitical ambitions of the entities they replace, and the Soviet Union is no different. Just like its predecessor, it couldn't help but have a desire for Istanbul. When the Soviet Union collapsed, the Kremlin archives revealed that Stalin was actually negotiating with Hitler for permission to invade Turkey and divide it up with him, just as they had done with Poland. What Stalin didn't know is that when he started these negotiations, Hitler was already planning the invasion of the Soviet Union. By and large, the Second World War was uneventful for Turkey. It accepted droves of Jewish refugees and prepared itself for a potential invasion, but by and large it had other things in mind. Something, however, did appear briefly that would years down the road cause more trouble. When Hitler invaded the Soviet Union, a group of Turkish fascists emerged to proclaim the need for Turkey to join the Nazis and conquer Central Asia to create a Turkish empire for a Turkish race. These people, led by the then unknown Alparslan Türkes, were considered to be an annoyance and nothing more. Atatürk's successor, İsmet İnönü, didn't appreciate this rabble and had them sentenced to several years of hard labor and went back to working on rebuilding the Turkish society. The continuing Soviet hostilities towards the Republic led to the government abandoning one of Atatürk's changes to the state. They abandoned neutrality and allied themselves with the United States and by that extent the Western Bloc. The Soviet Union added an additional roadblock to the advantages of the Anatolian geography. That geography is very inviting to tie deeper connections into the Balkans and the Black Sea coastline. Romania, for example, has the Carpathian Mountains separating it from the European heartland, and the long distance from Crimea through the Russian frontier gave whoever inhabited Anatolia the opportunity to exert power over it. With the Cold War, that potential sphere of influence and trade was gone. Turkey needed to search for outsiders and chose the United States. In exchange for 2 military bases on Turkish soil, the Turkish army received massive financial aid and American weapons. Turkey was to be the southern bulwark against the Soviet Union, and many forget today that from the 1950s to the 1980s, Turkey had the second largest and second strongest military in NATO. This increased the power of the military as a political force within the state. Atatürk's economic policies had been mainly left-wing, and these policies became cornerstones of his party, the Republican People's Party. In later years he started reforms within the country's social system and economy, which would shape the Republican Party into becoming the center-left, secular, social democratic party that it is today. Organized labor unions, national industries, state-subsidized economic reforms in agriculture and industry, a progressive taxation system, as well as a social welfare and security net. In Turkey, the 1940s were dominated by the implementation of these social and economic reforms until something got in the way, that pesky democracy that Atatürk wanted to achieve. Let's get back to the previously mentioned Erziehungsdiktatur. Harald Neubert, the man who coined that term, was a socialist. Now, before you turn off, try to stick around, because despite the political objections you may have to his beliefs, Harald Neubert was actually onto something. He himself wanted to figure out why socialism failed in the 20th century, so the socialists of the 21st century could learn lessons on how not to fail again. He wrote,
"The dictatorship of the class became the dictatorship of the party, and ultimately the dictatorship of the leadership. According to Marx, on the other hand, it should be the power of the vast majority of society, the proletariat. Under these conditions, the Soviets lost their importance as original revolutionary democratic organs of power. The party assumed their function. Under Stalin's influence, Marxism was degraded to an interest-led ideology with the primary purpose of justifying its practical politics with its pragmatic twists and wrong decisions. The current crisis of traditional Marxism-Leninism is that it was ultimately only of limited use in perceiving the world as it was and as it is. With all the plurality, it is necessary to build forms and principles of building consensus on strategic and programmatic questions, and for the purpose of uniformability. What should the principles of a new internationalism in contrast to the previous communist movement be? Above all, a pluralist constitution of the international movement or common left party, equality and autonomy of each party, democratic consensus building, openness, critical solidarity."
So, Harald Neubert's political beliefs, derived from a historic analysis, were that for socialism to be revived after the collapse of the Soviet Union, it needed to abandon dictatorship, authoritarianism, the "we are smarter than thou and know what is best for you" attitude. Disagree with his political convictions all you want, but he is very much right about the fundamental causes of the collapse of the Soviet Union. And these causes, I believe, can be attributed to many states built on revolutionary elites and top-to-bottom revolutions. As an example, look at the growing resentments and growing secular attitudes amongst common Iranians directed against the forced religiosity of their regime. States founded on authoritarianism continue that legacy, even as democracy settles back in, however on a fragile base. As an example of that, it is no coincidence that Greece has the highest police brutality in Europe, as its police force, for decades, was used as a brutal tool of silencing dissent by various military dictatorships. People resent being forced, and the way governments, states, and state institutions come to be and how they are built heavily influence how politics is conducted. The strict secularization of Turkey was by and large enforced, and therefore people, especially in rural, poor conservative communities, started to increasingly resent it. But unlike the Soviet Union, democracy eventually had to come. Ataturk demanded it before his death, and there was a growing dissatisfaction with many of the policies of the Republican People's Party, which led to the creation of the Democratic Party in 1946, founded and led by Adnan Menderes, who is often referred to today as the first Islamist. But that is not really true, or at least there's far more nuance to it than simply that. When people hear the word Islamism, they often tend to think of this, or that. When I hear the word, I think of this, a broad field of divergent political interpretations and movements who try to justify their political agenda and authority through the Islamic religion. And Islamism in Turkey is very different from Islamism in Iran or Islamism in Saudi Arabia or even Islamism in Egypt. The story of Turkish Islamism begins with a man called Said Nursi, a Kurdish cleric in Turkey who, during the Young Turk era, wrote reform pieces on adapting Islam into a modern age through what he called science for theologists and religion for scientists. He became part of the Young Turk government, was captured by the Russians during the First World War, escaped during the Russian Revolution, and returned to Turkey. During Ataturk's rule, he retreated into the isolation of the mountains of Anatolia to think, write, and formulate ideas. He was put on trial several times, charged with attempting to undermine the Republic. He continued writing and founded the Nurkuluk movement. He believed that Islam would have to adapt to the demands of a modern world and accept some concessions to democratic forms of governance, but still demanded the establishment of a unified Islamic state under Sharia with Mecca as a capital. This movement and his writings would form the basis from which the modern Islamist movements of Turkey would evolve. And Said Nursi threw his support behind Adnan Menderes when the first elections came in 1946. The ruling Prime Minister İnönü pulled a trick by holding the first elections merely 2 months after the founding of the Democratic Party, guaranteeing him a victory as Menderes could not organize a sufficient campaign in time. But 4 years later, during the next election of 1950, Adnan Menderes became the first democratically elected Prime Minister of Turkey. Menderes came from a wealthy family of landowners in Edirne, and to think of him as just an Islamist is a false description. His opposition was mainly to the economic policies of the Republican Party. He was in most points an advocate of conservative liberal economic policies, the deregulation of the economy, the removal of subsidies, the cutting of the welfare state, privatizing national industries, and stepping away from state-guided planned economics. The support base of his Democratic Party were large landowners and the newly forming industrialists and business owners of the newly created urban and metropolitan areas. The idea that Menderes was an Islamist stems from his campaign promises to permit the practicing of Islam in public and permit it to regain a cultural relevance again. In no way did Menderes, throughout his terms as Prime Minister, ever challenge the separation of religion and state itself. He undid the ban on the call to prayer. He permitted the broadcasting of religious messages on radio, which had been banned by Ataturk. He introduced religion as a subject in the school curriculum with the caveat that parents could decide to reject it for their child, and permitted the opening of religious schools under strict government supervision. He also lifted Ataturk's ban on the building of new mosques and churches. These changes were marketed under the motto of "Return to Islam," but were in no way an attempt of re-Islamization of society. The Democratic Party, from a modern perspective, had more in common with conservative parties around the world. Liberal economic policies of deregulation, cutting off welfare spending, in combination with religious moral overtones. His economic policies initially bore fruit. Productivity increased, economic growth increased, and large parts of the Turkish industry modernized. This economic success in large parts modernized the Turkish economy and brought more capital to the country. But it also sowed the seeds of his downfall. His trade deals and economic modernization policies were mainly focused on the agricultural sector. He opened deals with the United States that allowed for the import of modern American farming tools such as tractors, to build a modern, mass-production agriculture industry, no longer focused on domestic food production, but the export of enormous quantities of cheap fruits and vegetables to Europe. But only a few Turkish farmers could actually afford those, mostly only wealthy large landowners, like Menderes himself. The result of this was that small farmers went bankrupt and then sold their small farms to large landowners, who then became even larger large landowners, who then became even richer by exporting produce abroad, which then caused domestic food prices to skyrocket, then causing the wealth inequality to go through the roof, as hundreds of thousands of unemployed, bankrupted farmers and farm laborers flooded the cities and urban areas looking for work, of which there was barely any left. Which, combined with the fact that his government had cut down the social security net, created a socio-political environment that one could call gigantic clusterfudge. 70% of the Turkish population had been small farmers or part-time workers on large farms, and the vast majority of them were suddenly made redundant. These flooded the cities in large slums called gecekondu, which is a term made up of the Turkish words for gece and kondu, meaning built overnight. These slums were utterly miserable, built on thin brick walls or even just out of clay. No heating, no running water, lack of basic sanitation, crime, unemployment. Life was simply harsh and miserable for those confined in such places like the Istanbul suburb of Kasımpaşa, which is barely a stone throw away and within sight of the wealthy districts of the city. In Kasımpaşa, the son of such a poor family, a certain Recep Tayyip Erdogan spent his childhood selling postcards, receiving regular brutal beatings by his father, and dreaming of being a football player. Menderes had a huge problem of his own making at his hands. He had been elected by and large by poor farmers who he had won by promising and giving them their religion, and he had then proceeded to make most of them unemployed. By 1955, Turkey had been plunged into a severe economic crisis, and he needed a solution to this problem, and the solution he found was to blame minorities. Menderes took advantage of escalating tensions between Greeks and Turks in Cyprus to rile up xenophobic mobs amongst the impoverished, directed against Christians and Jews. At the peak of this toxic campaign stood the Istanbul pogroms of 1955, in which angry mobs set fire to and vandalized dozens of Christian churches, foundations, schools, as well as synagogues and non-Muslim cemeteries. Large parts of the last remnants of the Greek minority fled to Greece, and 15 people were killed. However, this campaign strategy, if you can even call it that, got him re-elected, but it also brought him under the increasing suspicion of the army, whose generals saw in this riling up of religious hatred and violence against non-Muslims, which they literally had to stop by rolling up tanks in Istanbul to stop the rioting mobs, as a grave attempt at undermining the secular institutions of the state. They were also increasingly uncomfortable with the economic chaos and saw his economic deregulation reforms as a massive failure. During Menderes' second term in office, the situation worsened. Unemployment kept rising. Now even the urban middle classes that had been built before him started losing their jobs and inflation skyrocketed. He was being questioned everywhere and the opposition had a field day. Menderes reacted by seizing ever-increasing control of public broadcasting, turning it into a propaganda tool that exclusively broadcast material in his favor, clamping down with state repression against opposition members, clamping down with police brutality against protesters, as well as shutting down newspapers and journalists that dared to criticize him. And in an attempt to regain the masses of unemployed former farm workers and farm laborers who had voted for him before, he promised to lift more secular restrictions on Islam. It was then when Menderes made his final mistake. After the army chief of staff, General Kemal Gürsel, expressed his displeasure at the increasing state of the country, Menderes fired him and threatened to seize the army's constitutional political powers as the protectors of the republic which Atatürk had given to them. Gürsel organized a coup that overthrew Menderes in 1960. He was put on a show trial and charged with undermining the republic, sentenced to death and hanged with several of his ministers. In a gruesome spectacle, the army had pictures taken of his body as it hung from the gallows to be published in Turkish newspapers. There are many videos out there by idiots, but also by people who should know better, claiming that all the military coups in Turkey happened to clamp down on Islamists, and that is simply not true. For later coups in particular, but with this one here, it is worth pointing out that the reasons are not as easy to pin down. You could blame the lifting of the restrictions on religion, but those liftings of restrictions were minimal and didn't challenge the secular nature of the Republic. You could just as much blame the catastrophic consequences of an overly zealous liberal economic policy of deregulation. You could blame Menderes' xenophobia-built re-election and increasing despotism, but you could also blame that he tried to subdue the army under the power of a civilian government. Or maybe it's all of these reasons combined. Half a century later, the remains of Menderes would be exhumed to be buried in a large tomb, and a generation of Islamist politicians would rewrite much of his history, mostly leaving out all the ugly bits, and declare him a martyr of democracy. There is, however, one important and enduring legacy of Menderes' government, something that you could call a politics of revenge. Menderes had shamelessly abused the power he had as prime minister to shut down newspapers, crack down on opposition as much as he could get away with, and use public broadcasting for his own propaganda. He wasn't a dictator, but with declining popularity he became increasingly despotic. From this moment on, almost every prime minister who would follow him would do the same. The institutions of governance, intent to be impartial, would be increasingly used to exert revenge against political opponents, silence the press, and spread propaganda by whatever party was in charge. Turkey had several military coups in its history, but one often overlooked fact is that the army never seized control of state affairs. The generals always underwent the same ceremony, almost as if there was a set of state protocols for doing a coup. They would arrest all members of the government, seize control of all government institutions, and then gather at the Ataturk mausoleum in Ankara to salute and bow before his grave, in a proclamation that his legacy had been restored. Then they always handed government power over to a civilian government in an election. The post-coup constitution of 1961 is widely regarded to have been the most democratic constitution the country ever had, as it was the first to separate powers within the republic, and made the right to protest and the right to strike constitutionally protected rights. But even this couldn't hide the fact, made evident by the coup of the previous year, that the army had enormous power over the state. Subsequent governments would continuously raise the salaries of generals in hopes of avoiding a coup. The military budget kept rising and rising to appease the army, but not all of it went into actually buying military equipment or modernizing the army. By the 1970s, the Turkish army's pension fund, Oyak, became one of the most powerful economic institutions of the country, with investments in 60 major corporations in sectors such as banking, steelworks, mining, and energy, with annual profit margins of up to $1 billion. This gave the Turkish army, which officially was to be kept out of economic policy, a degree of influence within the economy. The army also didn't cancel any of the religious liberalizations that Menderes had conducted, probably hoping that with this measure the religious needs of the conservative population would be satisfied, and no more demands for lowering restrictions on religion would be made. The elections of 1961 brought the Republicans back in charge, but they lost the next election to the Justice Party, which was basically just the reincarnation of the Democratic Party. This set the tone for one defining political binary of the Turkish Republic for decades to come. The two main political forces of the country, a western coastline of wealthier cities and urban areas economically orientated around industry sectors, service sector and tourism, which was secular and politically liberal and left-leaning, and the eastern Anatolian countryside. The economy there mainly revolved around agriculture and mining, very religious and politically right-wing and conservative. The 1960s would also start another chapter in Turkish history that would significantly reshape its own and foreign societies. Anwerbepolitik. As the Turkish economy was in turmoil, the German economy was booming. At one point, there were simply more jobs than there were Germans, resulting in a German policy of opening to foreign labor within the German economy. Between the 1950s and 1973, Germany imported hundreds of thousands of Spaniards, Italians, Greeks, and Turks to work as laborers in the German manufacturing sector. For the Turkish government, this was beneficial. They could send their unemployed abroad and thereby lower the unemployment rate at home. They also believed that these laborers would come back home after 5 to 10 years as educated mechanics and engineers to help the Turkish economy. Several hundred thousand did, but neither Germany nor Turkey anticipated that several hundred thousand would also stay in Germany and become part of the German social framework, thereby tying the German and Turkish culture and societies closer together. Turkish society in general had undergone some dramatic changes as the first generation of republic-born citizens reached adulthood, higher educated, more confident in political convictions and beliefs, and willing to express those. 555K was the name of a protest movement against Menderes that Menderes had attempted to shut down. Turks were now willing and ready to go out onto the streets and protest what they perceived to be social injustices. What consequently developed was an increasingly pluralistic society. But don't confuse pluralism with diversity. Diversity as a political term only recently appeared as a descriptor and measure of the multitude of differing cultural and religious backgrounds within a society. Pluralism, however, is the existence of a multitude of competing political beliefs within a social framework that allows for all to be equally expressed. That pluralism is essential within a democratic society for it to function, and it increasingly showed itself especially in the liberal West. Labor unions, student organizations, public political discourse. Turkish society throughout the 1960s became increasingly more politically active. Meanwhile, in the East, society, however, became more politically reclusive. Whereas the West found itself more tied into Europe, both culturally and politically, the East saw itself as cut off and left behind. In his book, Understanding Turkey, Gerhard Schweitzer describes a society in Eastern Anatolia that begrudged the fact that nobody spoke Arabic anymore, that saw itself as cut off from the Arab-Islamic cultural sphere that it wished to be part of. A land in which people went to mosques to listen to Arab sermons, even though none of them even spoke Arabic anymore. A land where the devoutest Muslims learned to memorize the entire Quran in Arabic despite not even speaking Arabic, and therefore not even knowing the meaning of what they had memorized. In its first 20 years, Atatürk's republic produced a generation that saw itself as modern and tied into a more global politique as part of the Western world, but it also produced a generation that saw itself as divorced from its cultural homeland and sphere against its own will. Pluralism may have arrived in Western Turkey, but it hadn't in the East, where the religious conservatives saw themselves as increasingly marginalized and excluded from the wider socio-political and cultural conversation. And then, everything blew up. And it happened where you probably didn't expect it to. The year 1968, with all its riots and protests around the world, hit Turkey like a bomb. Students and left-wing workers rioted throughout the streets of Istanbul. Marxist pamphlets, papers and other material were in wide circulation, and even though the Communist Party was officially banned, there were simply too many for the police to arrest. Tensions escalated when the US 6th Fleet was stationed in Istanbul. A group of radical leftist students kidnapped family members of US-stationed soldiers in Turkey. This, combined with the continuing economic decline, gave the Turkish army a new cause for a coup. The army overthrew the government, arrested the student leaders, and had several of them hanged. But this, unlike the last time, did nothing to calm the situation down. The students now had martyrs, and the 1970s would become a decade of vicious violence and almost civil war. And another conflict also flared up again during the early 1970s. Greece had been ruled by a fascist military junta known as the Rule of the Three Colonels for the previous years. Throughout the last decades, governance in Greece had switched between various far-right leaders, and the fascist junta of 1974 was probably one of the single most hated governments Greece had ever had. It was extremely authoritarian, imprisoning people for the most minor of offenses, utterly and completely paranoid of the society it ruled, challenging its rule. It lashed out with extreme measures to such an extent that it banned public dancing and music, even kicking Greek musicians out of the country into exile. And when Greeks did protest against their regime, like the students at the Athens Polytechnic, the regime rolled over them with tanks. The only reason this regime was in charge, and the only reason the people of Greece still somewhat tolerated it, was because it claimed to be the only regime that could win a war against the Turks. It is easy to forget today that after the end of the Second World War, right up to the early 2000s, the relationship between Greece and Turkey was more comparable to the relationship between Pakistan and India or Israel and Iran than anything else. The two almost constantly seemed to be at the brink of war, and the sizable amount of that conflict revolved around the island of Cyprus, off the coast of southern Anatolia, its population being 1/3 Turkish and 2/3 Greek. Being that it was once part of the British Empire and the British fucked up almost every single decolonization they did, the place was left in a clusterfudge in the 1950s that resulted in conflict between the Turks and Greeks. This drew both countries into this conflict, with a war over Cyprus that the Turks won and occupied the north of the island. which was such an embarrassment to the Greek fascist junta, who, remember, the sole justification for existing was that they claimed to be the only ones who could beat the Turks in war, that they were overthrown over a single night by a Greek people who had enough of them. These events may seem irrelevant to you, but they became of vital importance 30 years down the road. When Turkey throughout the late 1980s would try to join the European Union, the one thing standing in their way was Cyprus, and as long as Turkey will not get out of Cyprus, it will never join the European Union. Meanwhile, in Turkey itself, things seem to be completely falling apart. 1965 saw the arrival of two new political forces in the Turkish parliament, the MHP with 2.2%, the Turkish Communist Party with 5%, and the Socialist Turkish Workers' Party won 3%. Collectively, these three made up barely 10% of national support, but they would still dominate the 1970s. The MHP was the party of the previously mentioned Alparslan Türkeş. It combined various elements of ethno-nationalist viewpoints with Islamic religious conservative social doctrine to form an Islamo-fascist movement. Even though you have more than likely never heard of the Turkish far right, you have probably still heard of some of the things they have done or encountered some of their symbols. For example, Mehmet Ali Aka, who attempted to assassinate the Pope in 1981, was a member of the Grey Wolves, a far-right Turkish youth organization, which is closely tied to the MHP. Wolves, especially wolf mothers, are sacred animals within ancient nomadic Turkic mythology, where wolves led nomadic armies in victory against the Chinese. This movement combined various aspects of Turkic cultural, historical, and mythical identities into something that is, I'm not entirely sure. Fascist movements in general have a weird habit of mixing the mythical with reality, creating a weird fudge together of political identities of contradictions. Communism in Turkey, just like communism everywhere, isn't as popular as the communists like to believe it is, so they resorted to violence and riots. The far right also noticed that they would never really ever get a chance to be in government, so they also resorted to violence. The result was that the 1970s were dominated by continuous terrorist attacks and violence at the hands of extremist elements of the far right and the far left, which would cost the lives of up to 5,000 people from 1975 to 1980. Far-right extremists would attack Alawites, Kurds, Christians, Jews, and left-wing institutions, to which the far left would react with attacks against the state, politicians, the army, and the far right. Within this chaos, two events would stand out as defining moments of modern Turkey: the Taksim Massacre and the Maras Massacre. All these decades ago, after the first attempt to overthrow Ataturk, the traditional workers' parade on the 1st of May had been banned. But in 1975, it was made legal again, which the Turkish left took advantage of by organizing massive parades of hundreds of thousands of their followers in Istanbul. When the parade reached Taksim Square, unknown right-wing terrorists shot into the crowds with machine guns. In the resulting chaos, dozens were killed and hundreds injured. Nobody was ever arrested or trialed for this attack, and the Taksim Square became a symbol for left-wing Turks ever since, where they traditionally gather to protest. In Maras, after several left-wing terrorist attacks, far-right politicians blamed the local Alawite population. The tensions between the communities of the town rose and rose up to the night of the 23rd of December 1978, when a group of unknown men went through the city marking the homes of Alawites with red paint. Throughout the next days, incited by imams who had preached against the unbelievers, crowds of people rampaged through the streets, setting fire to those homes, dragging the people out and killing them, while the state did nothing to stop any of it. The Alawites are a religious community that originated in 7th century Baghdad. The name comes from Muhammad's cousin Ali, who Shia Muslims venerate as a martyr and rightful caliph who was denied by betrayal. The Alawites worship Ali as a prophet after Muhammad. They reject Sharia and most texts of the Quran as falsified after Muhammad by warlords. Their religious preachings come from community leaders who pass down religious sermons by word of mouth and not in written text. They see pre-Islamic prophets like Jesus on an equal standing to Muhammad. They adopted Christian and Jewish religious practices, such as celebrating Christmas, and they even have religious rituals involving the drinking of wine, and drinking of alcohol is not forbidden for Alawites. As you can imagine, all of this is nothing but the most extreme of heresy to most Muslims, and consequently the Alawites spent most of their entire existence as a community being persecuted and maligned. Openly practicing your faith was equal to a death sentence. Under Atatürk's republic, the Alawites blossomed as a community, finally coming forth out into the open. Alawites were free to worship, and many became great admirers of Atatürk and his reforms. However, by the 1970s, the old hatreds started to return, mainly reinstigated by the far right and the religious, even to this day. The violence gradually escalated more and more over the course of several decades. Killings between radical groups became a daily routine, and as the 1970s came to a close, it seemed as if the country was about to collapse into civil war. It was then, in 1980, that General Evren Kenan led another military coup. The public at first cheered the army, but what happened next would deeply scar Turkish society. The army seized control of the courts and executive and launched a massive purge. Under the pretense of cleansing society of communism, tens of thousands of Turks were arrested, tortured, and thousands were killed and disappeared. Left-wing parties were forbidden, cultural centers were shut down, philosophy and politics classes were banned from the nation's universities, debating politics was forbidden at all educational institutions, dozens of prisons were built to stuff the thousands of arrested citizens into. Labor unions were forbidden, organized labor movements forcefully dismantled, and the conflict with the Kurds flared up into a full-blown war as the army engaged in a crackdown, marking the beginning of the Turkish-Kurdish war that still continues to this day. General Kenan was a symptom of his time. Similar things were happening in Argentina and Chile at the same time, and in many ways Evren Kenan was the Pinochet of Turkey. As he proclaimed to exterminate communism in Turkey forever, the waves of arrests, torture and state killings he signed off to targeted far more people from all walks in life, all across the political left of center. People were arrested and tortured for merely buying foreign books and magazines that the regime deemed to be subversive. And to this day, the mothers of those who disappeared between 1980 and 1982 protest each weekend, demanding to know what happened to their children. In 2014, General Evren Kenan eventually had to stand trial for what he had done, and even though some in the extremist right may still praise him to this day, most Turks think of him as a butcher and mass murderer. As the torturing and murdering was being done, the generals and colonels of the army faced a problem. How does one exterminate communism? Communism is an idea, and even if you kill all those who hold these beliefs, who is to say that they won't reappear in other people's minds? The army needed an ally, a new set of ideas, something with which they could combat communism in people's hearts and minds. And it was then, in search of that ally, that the generals made a decision that decades down the road would lead to their downfall. They went to the mosque. To most, the 1970s are a forgettable decade. In the Western Hemisphere, it is associated with crooked politicians, economic decline, the Vietnam War, the end of fascism, heroin, and music that one could at best call an acquired taste. However, the 1970s also represent a significant socio-political shift on a global level. Previous decades had been decades of left-wing insurrection, revolution in culture, politics and economics, and the challenging of traditional social norms that came to a climax in 1968. In comparison, the 1970s, in particular the year 1979, were the years of the conservative counter-revolution, which led to the new conservative movements of the 1980s that in some ways still last to this day. The election of Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan's presidential campaign, and Helmut Kohl's election, which would drive a conservative market libertarian revolution throughout most of Europe and North America. Pope John Paul II's visit to Poland, which would end up being a substantial nail in the coffin of communism, as the Soviet Union fell into an era of stagnation. A whole slew of military dictatorships in Latin America that would bring a sudden and violent end to the various socialist South American experiments of the 50s and 60s. The overthrowing of various socialist African regimes by right-wing generals, ushering in an era of corrupt nationalist dictators from the Congo to Equatorial Guinea to Uganda to Togo to Ethiopia, the rise of Hosni Mubarak in Egypt, who would end the Arab socialist experiments of his predecessors, which coincided in North Africa with the brutal Moroccan regime under Hassan II, which conducted mass arrests, torture and executions intent to purge the country of all left-leaning political thought, as well as the build-up of an increasingly brutal and corrupt police state in Tunisia under its security minister Ben Ali, who through being in charge of the secret police was the de facto ruler of Tunisia long before he became prime minister. The rise of Deng Xiaoping as head of the Communist Party of China, which brought the liberalization of markets, privatizations in the economy, and the distancing from revolutionary socialist Marxist doctrine with a return to more traditional Chinese social and family values. Similar to much of Latin America and Africa, many Southeast Asian countries also fell into the hands of brutal right-wing strongmen, while in Pakistan, the military dictator Zia al-Haq would engage in a social experiment of extensive Islamization that would have far-reaching consequences. Only a handful of countries bucked that global trend by electing decidedly left-wing leaderships. And the Middle East was also about to undergo a massive transformation into becoming a more conservative place. When we think of the Middle East today, we think of it as a region of religious fanatics, a place where Islam rules over people's lives, where democratic values don't really exist, a place where secularism is a fantasy and religious-based bigotry is widespread. But this was not always the case. When the colonial rule collapsed, the peoples of the Middle East set out on a journey to define who they were. And many of these journeys were done by abandoning the old world with its old ways.
في سنة 53 كنا نريد فعلا مخلصين ان احنا نتعاون مع الاخوان المسلمين على ان يسيروا في الطريق الصحيح والطريق السليم. وقابلت المرشد العام للاخوان المسلمين وقعد وطلب مطالب. طلب ايه؟ اول حاجة قال لي يجب ان تقيم الحجاب في مصر وتخلي كل واحدة تمشي في الشارع تلبس طرحة. كل واحدة تمشي. وأنا قلت له يعني إذا الواحد قال هذا الكلام بيقولوا رجعنا لأيام الحاكم بأمر الله اللي كان بيخلي الناس ما يمشوش بالنهار ويمشوا بالليل. أنا في رأيي إن كل واحد في بيته هو اللي ينفذ هذا الكلام. فقال لي لا أنت باعتبارك الحاكم مسؤول. قلت له يا أستاذ أنت ليك بنت في كلية الطب مش لابسه طرحه ولا حاجه. ما لبستهاش طرحه ليه؟ اذا كنت انت مش قادر تلبس بنت واحده اللي هي بنتك طرحه، عايزنا ننزل ألبس 10 مليون طرح في البلد نفس
The Egyptian president Gamal Abdel Nasser was the preeminent figure of leadership in the post-colonial Middle East. His solution to where the Arabs should go after the end of the caliphate and colonialism was socialism. Many others disagreed. Some would try nationalism, others constitutional monarchy, but modernization and openness were where most agreed upon. In many ways, many tried to copy Ataturk, from Egypt to Sudan to Yemen to Saudi Arabia to Iran. Today, the Middle East is often associated with religiously inspired terrorism, veiled women, bearded religious weirdos, religious bigotry, and a place to avoid if you are gay. But that was very different not too long ago. Beirut was known as the Paris of the Middle East, known for its nightclubs, bars, theaters, and even for its gay bars. Baghdad once had no veiled women to be found anywhere. Saudi Arabia used to have girls' schools. Iran was once one of the most secular nations in the Middle East. Afghanistan was the favorite tourism destination of hippies, famed for its high-quality cannabis. And Egypt used to be famous for its movie stars and nightclubs. From the 1940s to the 1960s, much of the Middle East tried to radically redefine itself. And then all of that collapsed into itself. And like all things in history, there isn't one reason for why, but several. Arab nationalism was humiliated during the Six-Day War, losing all its glitz and glamour. Arab socialism ended in economic failure and stagnation. Constitutional monarchs turned out to be authoritarian monarchs, brutalizing their people into submission. National unity gave way to religious sectarianism and tribalism, as different ethnic groups and religious groups were pitted up against each other. And there are 8 events in particular that stand out, as they show where the Middle East would be heading next. In 1970, Hafiz al-Assad led a purge of the country's political elite, abandoned the country's previous socialist course, and consolidated power within a small sectarian elite of Alawites in sectarian alliance with Shias against Sunnis. In 1975, King Faisal of Saudi Arabia, who had driven an extensive program for modernizing Saudi Arabia, was assassinated by an Islamist. The reason was that the king had legalized television and had cracked down against Islamist protest against modernization, which the assassin had deemed as heretical. Also in 1975, civil war broke out between the various religious and ethnic groups of Lebanon, leading to a collapse of the multicultural social cohesion that would end with sectarian religious groups and fundamentalists seizing power. In 1976, Zia-ul-Haq led a coup against the socialist government of Pakistan, established a military dictatorship, and embarked on an extensive program of Islamizing society by importing Wahhabi fanatics from Arab countries. In 1979, a group of armed Islamists seized and occupied the Grand Mosque in Mecca, holding thousands of hostages as they demanded a return to Islamic law, the subjugation of unbelievers, and the abolition of television. Also in 1979, the brutal regime of the Iranian Shah came to an end at the hands of a popular revolt that would lead to a rise of an Islamic state. Also in 1979, the Iraqi Vice President Saddam Hussein, similar to what had happened in Syria at the start of the decade, organized a coup and purge that consolidated power within his inner circle of a Sunni Muslim clan, which would lead to an erosion of secularism and an increasing sectarianism. And in 1981, the last leader of the Arab socialist era, the president of Egypt, Anwar al-Sadat, was assassinated by a group of Islamists as punishment for agreeing to peace with Israel. His successor, Hosni Mubarak, would put the final nail into the coffin of Arab socialism. It is important not to fall into a deterministic trap when looking at the current state of the Middle East, the kind of thought process where one concludes that that place and the people living in it have always simply been like this and are doomed to forever being religious fundamentalists and reactionary authoritarians. Because that is simply not true. Islamism and the very notion of a modern Islamist theocracy are barely a century old, but they also did not appear out of nowhere. The same year that Ataturk dismantled the caliphate, one of the binding institutions of Islamic societies around the world, an Egyptian Sunni cleric called Hassan al-Banna commented that,
"Every rebirth that is not based on our faith diverges from the path of truth. It must therefore be resisted by all means, so it can be annihilated,"
and founded the Muslim Brotherhood. He would be murdered 10 years later, but it is his writings that formed the foundations of modern Islamist movements from Morocco to Indonesia. Before they came back into the public during the 1970s, they spent half a century in self-imposed exile and isolation. Much like the religious conservative Turks of Eastern Anatolia, they were politically closed off and reclusive. They had divergent ideas and differences, but were also well connected, from Shia clerics building networks reaching from Lebanon to Syria to Iraq and Iran, to Wahhabist networks of mosques and clerics stretching from Morocco through Saudi Arabia to Pakistan and Indonesia. They all spent those decades out of sight, building the Islamist political power structures that we know today, waiting for the moment they could finally resurface, which came in the late 1970s. But this is not part of Turkey's story. And there's a reason why I bring this up. I cannot emphasize enough how vastly different Turkish Islamism is from Islamism in Arab and other Muslim societies. Why? Well, remember, Turkey had spent almost half a century purposefully disconnecting itself from the Islamic world. It pursued integration into the Western geopolitical sphere with Europe and North America. Adding to that, all cultural ties to other Islamic countries were mostly cut. Turkey's relationship to her Arab neighbors, Iraq and Syria, were aggressive at best and at the brink of war at some point, but more on that later. And all other Turkic countries were outside of her sphere of influence, as they were all under the Soviet Union. Devout Turkish Muslims were not just politically isolated and removed from the general public discourse on culture and politics in their homeland, they were also isolated and separated from their wider Muslim world. They were on their own, and as such, Turkish Islamism, but also Turkish Islam, started to evolve on its own, separate from others into something that is somewhat different. When Said Nursi wrote his reform pieces, he still advocated for a unified Islamic state, but the kernel of his writings was about resolving the conflict between religion and modernity, how concessions by the religious were required and democracy to be accepted, how religion can still find a place in the modern world. The conversation that Islamists within the remaining Islamic world had was very different. It mainly revolved around a rebellion against the modern world, how society can turn back the clock into previous centuries and how the modern secular world could be destroyed. Ömer Özsoy is a Turkish Islamic theologian and professor who in his pieces wrote that only 10% of the Quran are actual dictates and rules for individuals or societies, and that most of the Islamic laws and rules implemented throughout Islamic societies in the world are merely the result of historic interpretations throughout the centuries. This, of course, is open to interpretation on how much this may actually be the case, but nevertheless, Özsoy, with his writings on the democratization of Islam, as well as other Turkish reform theologians like Mehmet Pachachi, Adil Çiftçi, and Ilhami Güler, represents something special because they were only able to do so within a society that would allow such conversations to happen. In comparison, Nasser Hamid Abu Said, an Egyptian theologian who wrote similar texts, was arrested, charged with apostasy, divorced from his wife by the state, and eventually had to flee to the Netherlands. Turkey was a place where the religious may have been ostracized and kept out of the socio-political public conversation, a place where the religious had to stay isolated in Anatolia, but it was a place where conversation could take place. What evolved from this conversation was a set of multiple political Islamic sets of beliefs, practices, and ideologies. Pluralism started to arrive in the East, especially throughout the late 1970s, and what it produced varied greatly, especially from how Islam is practiced elsewhere and can also be seen abroad. Visit the Islamic graveyard in Cologne and you will be able to differentiate the graves of Arab immigrants from Turkish immigrants, because the Turks leave red candles at the graves. This is a Catholic practice, but Turkish immigrants in Germany simply adopted it from their neighbors. If you ever travel to Turkey, you might notice that at old Greek Orthodox pilgrimage sites, Turkish Muslims often take the pilgrimage up the mountains to receive blessings from Christian priests and monks, a religious practice that many simply adopted from their Greek neighbors and continued even after the Greeks were gone. This cross-religious interaction is barely seen between religious communities of other majority Muslim countries. And if you are German, Dutch or Austrian, free countries with large Turkish communities, you may have also at one point in your life been invited to attend the Islamic wedding of a friend who is a Turkish immigrant or descendant of Turkish immigrants. This astounded English and French friends whenever I tell them, because in their Muslim communities, which are mainly of Pakistani and Arab origin, non-Muslims are close to never invited to such festivities, as it would be a large religious taboo. The Turkish majority in the Muslim community is also a reason why Germany had less of an Islamist terrorism problem than other European countries. And Turkey itself has had less Islamist terrorist attacks than even many a European country. That is because Wahhabism, the Sunni Islamic doctrine of faith that justifies many such attacks, is not widespread in Turkey and is even rejected by most Turks. This goes so far that Turks, be they in Turkey, Germany, Austria or the Netherlands, will not go to mosques where the imam is an Arab, and certainly not if he is a Wahhabi. Turks would for most see Wahhabism as foreign nonsense or even as a foreign Arab attempt at undermining their community. Religion in Turkey was able to evolve free from the strict orthodoxy that is so widespread across Arab countries. And even though most Turks remain Sunni Muslims, they are by and large distant from the ultra-conservative and mainly Arab notions of returning to basic social structures and tribal rules of the 7th century. Turkish Islamism, on the other hand, can be almost compared to the nostalgia that some very conservative British people have for the British Empire. In particular, the 16th century is seen as the golden age of not just the Turkish people, but of Islam itself. Compared to the reach and power of the Ottomans, who are those Arabs and why should we listen to them on how to build our society? A return to a religious golden age to Turkish Islamists doesn't mean a return to the 6th century of Arab tribalism, but a social return to the golden days of the Ottoman Empire. The strict and all-encompassing secularism of the Turkish state also furthered another unique political development. The strict laws and regulations to separate religion and state were not just enforced upon Muslims, but also upon Christians and Jews. Those may have had more political and economic freedoms in Turkey than in most other Muslim countries, but their religious freedoms were at times even more severely restricted than the religious freedoms that they would have had in Arab countries. Abandoned Christian churches were often used by the Turkish army as target practice for artillery, and in this situation, while in most Arab countries it was secular institutions and movements that claimed the role of being the protectors of religious minorities from Islamic bigotry, in Turkey it was Islamists who throughout the 70s and 80s claimed and earned the role of being the protectors of Christians as they stood up for their religious liberties against a secular state. Two distinct political movements emerged during the late 70s and early 80s. A radical branch of Islamists, populists, campaigning on promises of welfare for the poor, railing against corruption and elites, anti-Semitic undertones, and demanding a return to Sharia, led by Necmettin Erbakan. A difference between this extreme Islamist movement and Islamist movements throughout the Middle East is that despite its radical positions, it never resorted to outright violence or terrorism. It remained within the boundaries of the democratic institutions of the state. It is, by and large, more comparable with right-wing populist parties in Europe, and it spent almost the entirety of the 1980s in political irrelevance. Necmettin Erbakan founded his National Salvation Party in the 1970s and organized his rallies demanding that the Hagia Sophia be used as a mosque again, but he was throughout most of the 70s and 80s seen as a weird curiosity or even just as a clown. Nobody to be taken seriously, and even less cared for his deputy, some guy from the slums called Erdogan. A different iteration of Islamist politician came to shine during the 80s, as the army welcomed them into the open as an ally against communism, the most famous of which was to be Fethullah Gülen, an Islamic preacher who took inspiration from the newly developing Christian right that developed in the United States at the same time. Gülen created the Gülen movement, an organization of various Islamic schools that were vastly different than the ones you would find financed by Saudi Arabia. No bearded weirdos raising kids to be bearded weirdos by constantly making them read the Quran over and over and over again, but schools that were in appearance and curriculum modern, no gender segregation, and a focus on education in secular matters such as science and the humanities. The Gülen movement still preached religious, conservative, social values, but encouraged its members to abide by secular rules, to shave their beards off, to wear suits and ties, that women didn't have to necessarily wear the veil, to go seek out higher education, especially in law and finance, and to go out and found a business. What Gülen and many like him wanted to create was a new, modern Islamic conservative movement, not grounded in fundamentalism, but in a socially conservative tradition more comparable to American religious conservative social movements. Whilst the Arab Islamist may appear to you in beard and tawab, angrily rambling about the indecency of unveiled women, the Turkish Islamist gradually changed into suit and tie. He became a moderately wealthy and successful owner of a small business, or a doctor, or a successful criminal defense lawyer, who might even reject the label of an Islamist entirely and would just call himself a conservative. Don't overthrow the system, but become part of it, to then maybe make the changes that you wish to implement. Through a gradual process, Islam returned into Turkey's politics throughout the 1980s, but that process was mainly slow and wouldn't fully come to fruition into actual political power until the 1990s. Politically, the 1980s would be dominated by someone else. Turgut Özal. He belonged to the first generation of republic-born, highly educated conservatives. An electrical engineer with a diploma from Istanbul, he would travel to the United States to receive further education in electrical engineering. Electrical infrastructure management are more crucial for his future political career in business management. His time in the United States exposed him to the market ideas that drove economic policy and success within the United States, something that he would study and remember. After returning home to Turkey, he would take a leading role as a state bureaucrat in the electrification of the country, which garnered him a reputation as an incorruptible man of hard work who could get the task he faced done. He would spend the 1970s working for various private companies, building up further a reputation as a reliable business manager and economist that would eventually get him a job at the World Bank overseeing infrastructure development funds and loans right up to 1980. After the coup of 1980, the army wanted to resolve a problem that had plagued the country since Menderes, the continuing economic turmoil. The issues created by the large agriculture industry had not been resolved. The country still had problems providing its own steady supply of basic food because of the heavily export-orientated agriculture industry. Inflation kept rising and rising as the Turkish lira lost more and more of its value. By the 1970s, the average Turk's spending power collapsed as prices soared. The wages of average Turks had collapsed by half, and as the Germans stopped their labor import program in 1973, unemployment started rising again. The army turned to Turgut Özal. He was appointed deputy prime minister under the provisional military government and given what must have seemed to be an almost impossible task of fixing an economy that had been broken for almost 20 years. Meanwhile, the army made drastic changes to the country's constitution that would impact the country to this day. A 10% hurdle was introduced for all political parties. If a party didn't achieve at least 10% in an election, it would remain out of parliament. This was done in hope that it would keep the far left, the far right, the Islamists and the Kurds out of parliament and consequently out of the public eye and political conversation. Additionally, the Islamic faith was made a mandatory part of the school curriculum in an effort to clamp down on communism as various Islamic foundations and organizations received state support. After that, in 1983, they called for an election to hand governance back into civilian hands. Turgut Özal consequently founded the Motherland Party, a conservative center-right political party, campaigned on the promise of fixing the Turkish economy and got elected. He deregulated the financial market and provided incentives for international as well as Turkish banks to conduct more business in Turkey. The result of this was a substantial amount of capital was moved to Turkey. He reduced taxes and cut red tape in several industry sectors, making it easier to open and do business. All these reforms were part and parcel of a global trend in a similar economic policy direction. But his greatest economic success came when he opened up the country's hotel and service sector and invited and incentivized investors and hotel owners to build a tourism industry. This is something you may be familiar with if you are European, but less if you are from elsewhere. Turkey today is one of the largest tourism destinations in the world. Its white beaches, surrounded by crystal blue water and dotted with ancient Greek ruins, being a sight that many a European are familiar with. And that massive and popular tourism destination started being built during the 1980s. It employs at least 2 million people within the service sector, not counting related jobs created in other sectors. The total value of the sector switches with the holiday seasons and the location's popularity between $5 billion to $7 billion to even $14 billion in the second quarter of 2019, as millions of Europeans flood the Turkish beaches each summer and winter. Özal managed to resolve many of the country's economic issues and is consequently to this day revered by many Turks as one of the best prime ministers the country has ever had. He created a middle class, mostly residing within the coastline, but also of seasonal Anatolian workers in the tourism sector. He brought substantial capital to the country. He made the country's voice more important on the international stage as he became an increasingly respected leader internationally. He also engaged Turkey in a far more active foreign policy than any of his predecessors. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, he embarked on a foreign policy of reintegrating the newly emergent independent Turkic countries into a Turkish sphere of influence outside of Russian influence. He built deepening economic ties within Far East Asian countries, in particular with Malaysia, and became the first serving Turkish Prime Minister to go on Hajj to Mecca, thereby cautiously rebuilding Turkish ties into Arab countries. But most significantly was that he created a class of wealthy business owners within Turkish society that would become an elite within itself. The previous social elites had mostly been bureaucrats and army officers who had worked their way up to power and influence through the state apparatus of the republic. Now, Turkey had wealthy business elites that gained social influence, wealth and power in an increasingly expanding private sector. These owners of hotels, construction companies, banks and other would in the future play a significant role in Turkish politics as well as become the backbone of the new democratic Islamic conservative movement that Özal helped create. From him also stems the somewhat famous quote,
"The state is secular, the nation is not,"
which in the West is often interpreted as an admission of defeat of the secular republic. However, it is meant in the exact opposite way. Özal was fully aware that many conservative voters did not agree with the separation of religion and state, yet he was determined to underline that the new Turkish religious conservative would also not challenge that separation and be first and foremost committed to democracy. His popularity increased so much that when his terms as prime minister came to an end, he became the first president of the republic who was not an army general. However, his terms in office did not come without shortcomings and failures. Özal was himself half Kurdish and determined to find a peaceful resolution to the conflict with the Kurds throughout the 1980s, and that he failed. The army was determined to end that conflict by military means, but another problem also hampered all attempts to make peace. In Syria, governing power had fallen almost completely into the hands of the ruthless Assad family, who dreamt of a greater Syria, stretching from the Sinai Peninsula through Lebanon and into large parts of Anatolia. To achieve such, the Assads would spend much of their time in power destabilizing their neighbors as much as they could, including Turkey, where they saw the Kurds as the best vehicle to do so. Starting in the 1970s, the Syrian government built an extensive network providing training, weapons, explosives, and bases for Kurdish terror groups and then smuggling them across the border. The Turkish government and army mistakenly believed that the Soviets were behind it all, and it took them a long time to figure out that it was Assad's Syria, which would extremely sour relations between Turkey and Syria for decades to come, and really even to this day. Many abroad and domestically viewed Turgut Özal as the democratizer of Islam, the first to establish a democratic conservative Islamic movement that could act and work within the boundaries of a secular democracy. And even though this made him many friends, it also increasingly made him a lot of enemies. The army, who had helped and supported people like him when the decade began, viewed him with increasing suspicion. So did the secular center-left, which also disapproved of his economic liberalizations. The far right couldn't stand him, and the religious populist right, which gained more and more influence as the decade came to a close, also framed him as a corrupt phony who sold out on true Islamic virtues. However, none of his enemies could change his enormous popularity amongst common Turks. As such, it came as a shock when he suddenly died in office at the age of 65. Suspicions were voiced at the time on the mysterious circumstances of his death, but the state prevented any investigations. 2 decades later, his body was exhumed for an autopsy, which found that he had indeed been poisoned. Who, however, was responsible is something that we will probably never know. The Hagia Sophia is a museum in Istanbul, though it has not always been. Built during the late Roman Empire of the East, it would be a cathedral to Orthodox and Greek Christians for centuries as the largest Christian house of worship in the world. After the Ottoman conquest, minarets were added and it became a mosque. To the Ottomans, it became a symbol of their conquest of Rome. Its beauty is renowned around the world. And on a side note, my personal favorite part of it is neither Islamic nor Christian. It's this piece of vandalism, a line of Germanic text carved into one of the balconies about 1,500 years ago, which roughly translates to Hakon was here. The Byzantines bought slaves from Swedish Vikings as well as hired them as mercenaries, and one of these pagan Norsemen, called Hakon, seemed to have felt the need to leave his mark on history. When Ataturk founded his republic, he kicked the imams out of the Hagia Sophia. It was to neither be a mosque nor a church. For centuries it had been the symbol of an Islamic empire, an empire that he had abolished, so he declared it a museum to the past. And as such, it spent its time throughout the Republic. But during the 1980s, some guests started to appear. Necmettin Erbakan, the leader of the Islamist Salvation Party, increasingly started showing up in front of it, protesting that the Hagia Sophia must become a mosque again. Throughout the 1980s, he would rally there, railing against the decadence of the country's business and political elites, rambling about how degenerate women who refuse to wear the veil are, demanding the death penalty for homosexuals, railing against Christians, railing against Jews, demanding the return of Sharia, the return of the Caliphate, proclaiming that only through a return to Islam in state matters and policy and law can society be made virtuous and good again. And for most of that time he was laughed at, seen as a clown, a relic from the past, as something that was slightly amusing. People, however, simply didn't notice how the crowds attending his rallies kept getting bigger and bigger as time went by. The 1980s had been the decade of the yuppies, new, rich, young businessmen who may have publicly extolled conservative virtues while not necessarily living up to those virtues themselves. With the growth of capital and wealth inequality also came to rise. The gap between the haves and have-nots kept growing, and more people eyed these developments with resentment. The left, who had usually called out such social inequalities, had been beaten into silence by the army. So it was the Islamists, in particular the Islamist right, who jumped on it as an opportunity, and then came the 90s. Throughout the 1980s, the abolished restrictions on financial markets and the opening to global markets, while the government still had a large budget deficit and high interest rates, led to a tsunami of money flooding the banking system. With that tsunami, the value of the Turkish lira rose dramatically despite interventions in the foreign exchange market by the central bank to keep the Turkish lira weak against the US dollar. The very short-term nature of the high-interest government debt bonds, together with the rising value of the currency, encouraged the Turkish private banks to borrow in foreign currency, and as they dished out loans onto the Turkish economy from their newly available foreign currency, corporations, households, and even the government stood to board a debt gravy train. In short, risky but high-profit behavior. With the liberalization and its ensuing effects, the bank's ability to get easy money abroad allowed the continual postponement of what was, however, an inevitable end to that debt gravy train. As the 90s came, investors started to question the ability of the lenders to repay the vast short-term loans, and the system went bust. Just before the crisis in 1994, Turkey had unsustainably high debt-fueled growth, a currency which had increased in value against the US dollar by 8.9%, an increased current account deficit which stood at 5% of its GDP, and it had little foreign exchange reserves to pay for the imports it was consuming. The budget deficit was climbing too. To top it all off, high inflation and high real interest rates and a weak banking system which was very much reliant on the global market due to their aforementioned questionable lending schemes. In mid-January 1994, Turkey's ratings were downgraded to non-investment junk grade, which started the capital outflow, which led to an even higher demand for foreign currency, causing the value of the Turkish lira to fall like never before. Finally, the government's insistence on lowering the interest rates to keep its own borrowing cheap gutted any remaining confidence and fully brought about an economic crisis in 1994. The Turkish central bank hastily intervened in the foreign exchange market and lost more than half of its foreign currency reserves to defend the currency and was left with a mere $3 billion to counter any future trouble. The Turkish central bank also hiked the overnight interest rates to 700%, and inflation population rose to 103% compared to an already abysmal 60% in 1993. The consequences of that was a rush to the banks by Turks to convert their liras to dollars to escape the imminent collapse of the currency's value as lenders quit Turkey. The Prime Minister at the time was Tansu Çiller, the first woman to become Prime Minister of Turkey. But you won't find her praised or celebrated like other women who were elected to lead their countries as a first, because she is considered to be one of the worst Prime Ministers Turkey ever had. She came to represent some of the worst aspects of Turkish politics that had developed throughout the 1980s. Over the 1980s, Turkish politics had become increasingly corrupt, something that was frequently swept under and ignored while the economy was booming. But when the crisis came, it could no longer be hidden. The extensive privatizations of Turkish national assets had often been done in collaboration with the country's wealthy elites, meaning that if state companies were sold off, they were often not just put on sale to the general public, but handed over to wealthy Turks and the country's business elites through pre-arranged backroom deals. Policies and practices that continued under Çiller, who was blocked by the Supreme Court when she attempted to privatize the Turkish telecom. She also managed to collect a considerable personal fortune while in office through probably not exactly legal means. She also wasn't elected but became Prime Minister when her predecessor, who was from a different party, resigned office to become president, representing yet another aspect of Turkish politics at the time that many found frustrating: the enormous number of political parties. Several left-wing parties, several conservative parties with barely any differences between them, but for some weird reason this multitude still continued to exist, generating even more complex and insipid networks of varying political alliances and coalitions between parties and politicians. Adding to that, during her time in office, the conflict with the Kurds escalated drastically. She approved of what became known as the castle strategy, which was in essence a dirty war, meaning counter-guerrilla warfare, something that could be summarized as terrorizing terrorists, meaning to isolate communities that may at some point have produced a terrorist and to terrorize them in the hope that they would as a result not produce more. This included the random shelling of Kurdish villages, arbitrary arrests, constant lockdowns and curfews, the cutting of basic infrastructure and supplies, but most controversially of all, she hired right-wing thugs and gangsters, including from the Grey Wolves, to carry out extrajudicial assassinations sanctioned not by the state but by her office. It is in this chaos that Necmettin Erbakan's rallies started getting more and more traction. Railing against the corruption of the banks and the state, he set up his deputy, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, to run for mayor of Istanbul, who was initially laughed at, but to the surprise of everyone, won. The political establishment had been blind to one of the most significant demographic changes in the country's recent history. In 1950, only 14% of farm laborers had owned no farmland. As the agricultural sector moved into becoming a sector dominated by large landowners, it dramatically changed the difference in income. By 1977, 58% of profits made in the agricultural sector went to 7% of the population. The fact that produce was mainly grown for large-scale export also meant that large stretches of land were often unattended to keep the prices stable. Combined with the automation of the farming industry, the redundant farm laborers had over decades moved into the cities in ever-increasing numbers, in ever-growing slums with ever greater income inequality. In 1900, the population of Istanbul was at 1 million. By 1960, it was at 1.5 million. By 1985, it was at 6 million. And by 1995, the population of Istanbul had reached 10 million. Today, it lies at 15 million. In Ankara, the population rose from 30,000 in 1923 to 1.5 million in 1970 and to 2.5 million by 1989. In Izmir, the population rose from 200,000 in 1930 to 1 million by 1990, of which 60% were migrant laborers who lived in the slums called Gecekondu. These developments were happening throughout all major Turkish cities, where these new arrivals had almost always been ignored and left to themselves by a political establishment that saw them as backward Anatolians. And what they realized far too late in the 90s was that these people could also vote. The political East-West binary of the Republic was thereby broken. Furthermore, the trend of privatization fueled this social conflict. For most of the 20th century, Turkish media was under government control or pressure, or was ideologically aligned with the existing Kemalist establishment, which made anti-authoritarian currents harder to organize, especially after the 1980 coup and crackdown. Arabesque music, for example, was outright banned for a decade. Turks had to tune into Cypriot or Syrian radio to listen to arabesque music. Filmmakers, authors and musicians were either brought under state authority or exiled, such as Cem Karaca. The Turkish movie industry started by producing Turkified versions of foreign dramas or making cheap propaganda movies. This can be best seen in the swashbuckling adventures of Cüneyt Arkın, an actor whose movies included a hefty amount of anti-Greek or anti-communist messages, usually by a Rambo-like Arkın fighting his way through hordes of enemies and saving the damsel in distress from the Byzantine emperor. This all changed with the trend of privatization under Özal. In 1990, Turkey's first private television channel, Star TV, was launched. This changed Turkish society. Television was no longer a novelty. It became part of family life as people began to be bombarded by an influx of foreign news, movies, and music shows. The vast majority of the Turkish population was exposed to liberal foreign media for the first time. No longer was sexuality suppressed or people shown as monolithic enemies or friends. The Turkish youth of the 1990s, who voted mostly for opposition parties today, were raised with Western television and entertainment, but in time this led to authoritarian militarism collapsing. By 1995, the Islamic Welfare Party had won the mayoral elections in 6 major Turkish cities, and amongst them Recep Tayyip Erdogan began to make a name for himself as the mayor of Istanbul. A city that had for decades been neglected and plagued by corruption was made to shine. Sewage systems and water pipes were expanded into the poverty-stricken parts of the city, highways, bus lines, and increased funding for schools and sports. Erdogan built his political national recognition on the substantial changes and successes he achieved in Istanbul. From here on, he would start a career that would significantly change the country. The name Islamic Welfare Party was not chosen by mistake. Erbakan didn't just appeal to the voters through an appeal to religion as a cultural expression. Erbakan's political successes were built on a harsh condemnation of the modern republic. He decried capitalism and demanded a new social order based on Sharia that would respect the small farmer, the small trader, and would have a Sharia-based welfare system. Already during the 1980s, the Islamic Welfare Party had made a name for itself through soup kitchens for the poor. This model was the same as in every somewhat secular Islamic society challenged by Islamist groups, from the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt to Hezbollah in Lebanon. Erbakan became increasingly popular, and the remaining parties tried all they could to keep him out of any power, forming a weird set of coalitions of liberals, conservatives, the far right, the far left, in a secular alliance that was intent to keep them out at any means. But by 1996, Necmettin Erbakan's party had become so popular that they could no longer be kept out of power. Erbakan became the first Islamist prime minister of Turkey. However, they had greatly overestimated their power. Within a year of being in government, the Turkish army intervened and announced that if the government didn't resign, they would seize power. The great myth about this, the fourth coup in Turkish history, is that the coup itself never really took place. Merely the threat of a military coup was enough to scare the Islamists out of power. In their memories, the brutal cleansings of the last coup were still fresh, and they wished to avoid a similar bloodbath as the left had experienced amongst their own supporters. One of the defining images of this coup is a livid Erdogan climbing a podium during an Islamist rally after his mentor Erbakan had resigned, and citing a poem by the young Turk writer Ziya Gökalp.
Minareler süngü, kubbeler miğfer, camiler kışlamız, müminler asker. Allahu Ekber! Bir şey bizi sindiremez.
He was arrested and thrown in prison for a year, and it must have seemed to many within the political establishment that this Islamist mess was now over. But they couldn't have been further from the truth. During the late 90s and early 2000s, the political establishment managed to pass some significant policies, such as a normalization of relations between Turkey and Greece, which was, however, admittedly largely driven by artists and musicians in both countries. But most significantly, a refusal by Turkey to join the United States and Britain in their war against Iraq, a stance it took together with Germany and France in the hope of tying Turkey deeper into Europe. But the Islamist genie could not be forced back into the bottle, no matter what successes the political establishment could have delivered. For 7 decades, generations of Turkish politicians had pursued Ataturk's vision, and that vision mainly lay in the West, of a Turkey and its people standing unified and as equals amongst modern nation-states. But that vision had started to crumble. It was built on a nationalist vision, a vision that erased all differences in culture, and a vision that tolerated no aberrations. It made the promise of a better future, yet that future seemed to always be just around the corner. Attempts to tie Turkey into Europe crashed onto the Cyprus question time and time again, and many Turks started to see themselves as being looked down upon by their European neighbors. That no matter where the country may go, most in the West would consider them to be nothing but backward Anatolian peasants. When Erdogan was released from prison, he rejoined the Islamist political struggle, who had simply rallied into a new party, the Virtue Party, who in 1999 won several seats, including for female members in the Turkish parliament, a parliament in which it was forbidden to wear headscarves.
Türkiye'de hanımların giyim kuşamına, başörtüsüne, özel yaşamlarında hiç kimse karışmıyor. Ancak burası hiç kimsenin özel yaşam mekanı değildir. Burası devletin en yüce kurumudur. Burada görev yapanlar devletin kurallarına, geleneklerine uymak zorundadırlar. Burası devlete meydan okunacak yer değildir. Lütfen bu hanıma haddini bildiriniz. Neye hizmet edilir?
This, a famous moment in recent Turkish history, is a very uncomforting clip to watch. Even if you yourself might find overt religiosity and political religiosity rejectable and be an ardent defender of secularism, this moment and the way Merve Kavakçı is treated simply comes across as misogynistic. And that was the point. When Erdogan came back into Turkish politics during the late 90s, what the Islamists had specialized in were these types of targeted and deliberate provocations. Not the kind that were reactionary, but the type that turned the understanding of the modern world on its head. The veil is forced upon women in many Islamic countries, where refusal to wear it is often brutally punished. In many ways and in many countries, it is a symbol of male dominance over women. And if you ever wondered how throughout the early 2000s it was rebranded and remarketed into a symbol of women's liberation, it started here. Women who wore the veil in Turkey could not attend university, enter a public building to either stand for office, vote, or even just to apply for or receive their benefits. One group of people who were particularly maligned by all this were young single mothers who happened to be religious, an opportunity which the Islamists seized by offering them charity and also promising them a better life under a less restrictive state. The late 90s saw riots in the streets of Turkish cities like had never occurred before, not by men, zealots or leftists, but by veiled women. The political establishment had branded itself and seen itself as a liberator of women who had freed them from the shackles of religion, and with this really smart move, the Islamists made them look like the oppressors of women. The Islamists shed the image of religious zealotry. They rebranded themselves as liberators, as open people, people who wanted to protect the vulnerable from a zealous secular state and its ruthless capitalism. They also questioned the founding myth of this state. Why do we fight the Kurds? Aren't the Kurds fellow Muslims? Why not make peace with the Armenians? In these days, the Islamists even spoke on behalf of equal rights for gays and lesbians. They took on every cause which they could use to undermine the image of progress and modernity that the secular political establishment had built. No longer seen as scary fanatics, even left-wing voters started rallying behind them, who saw in their message validation of theirs that had been so brutally crushed by the army. In panic, the political establishment attempted to form ever more absurd coalitions and alliances. Coalition governments of the center-left, far-left, conservatives and far-right nationalists were supposed to keep the Islamists out, but increasingly did nothing but expose their own internal conflicts. The Supreme Court banned the Virtue Party as being anti-secular and therefore unconstitutional, but they merely reorganized into a new party, Erdogan's Justice and Development Party. The political establishment mocked Erdogan for being an uneducated peasant, an Anatolian know-nothing from the slums, but they didn't realize that his humble background is exactly what made so many Turks identify with him. Every time they mocked him, they merely made him more popular in the public eye. And as the year 2002 rolled in, the Justice and Development Party had a sweeping election victory, gaining a 2/3 majority in parliament. The country was about to undergo the most drastic changes that it had seen since Ataturk. And here, at the end of part 2, there's something I feel obliged to do. You all have been waiting 3 months for this video, and a group of artists amongst you decided to contact me and help me finish this project faster. Winter Owl, Kvadrat, Nomad, Umbrella Head, and Phyloi. Without their help and contributions, we would have probably waited at least another 2 or even 3 weeks for this video to finish. I am beyond grateful for their help. Kvadrat is a Polish artist, and I will be leaving a link to his art station in the description. As far as I know, he also takes commissions. Nomad is an Italian artist, and I will be leaving links to his Twitter, DeviantArt and YouTube in the description. I believe he also takes commissions. And Umbrella Head asked me to leave a link to his Twitter here. Thank you very much for jumping in to help finish this video. I hope those amongst you who are patrons won't mind that I will be giving a share of the income of this video to them. I'll see the rest of you when part 3 of this series is finally finished. This video is part 3 of a 3-part series. You will find the links to the first 2 parts in the description.
I now call on the distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs of France, His Excellency Mr. Dominique Galouzou de Villepin.
L'option de la guerre peut apparaître a priori la plus rapide. Mais n'oublions pas qu'après avoir gagné la guerre, il faut construire la paix. Et ne nous voilons pas la face. Cela sera long et difficile, car il faudra préserver l'unité de l'Irak, rétablir de manière durable la stabilité dans un pays et une région durement affectés par l'intrusion de la force.
Fidèle à l'esprit de la Charte. Liebe Mitbürgerinnen und Mitbürger, die Welt steht am Vorabend eines Krieges. Meine Frage war und ist, rechtfertigt das Ausmaß der Bedrohung, die von dem irakischen Diktator ausgeht, den Einsatz des Krieges, der Tausenden von unschuldigen Kindern, Frauen und Männern den sicheren Tod bringen wird? Meine Antwort in diesem Fall war und ist nein.
During the first years of the 21st century, when these Frees said no to the war in Iraq, it had a substantial impact on the politics of Europe. Many Europeans at first shunned them for making a supposedly wrong decision and betraying their allies. But as it increasingly turned out to be the correct decision, it called into doubt a fundamental structure of European politics. Since the end of the Second World War, Europe built, expanded, and saw itself as an economic zone focused on itself, with a goal of building and ensuring peace amongst themselves to avoid past catastrophes repeating themselves, and to ensure prosperity amongst themselves. Foreign policies and interventions were left to the Americans, with the exception of France, who didn't like being told what to do, especially in Africa. The only time this arrangement had been seriously challenged was during the Vietnam War, which was the first and until 2003 only time that European democracies had publicly taken a stance against an American war. Iraq changed this. If America could get it so wrong and drag us into such a disaster, isn't a common foreign policy commitment to her more of a liability than anything else? France and Germany spearheaded something new as a result, the idea of a Europe as a democratic counterweight to the United States on the world stage, or at the very least that Europe no longer had to follow America's direction on the world stage. Someone completely opposed this, others were open to the war in Iraq until it turned worse and worse, but what we often tend to forget today is that one of the main partners amongst the nations that opposed this war in Iraq and thought of Europe in different and new terms was Turkey. But the waters are also a little more muddied than simply that. One of the main reasons for Turkey's opposition to the war in Iraq was that the previous war in Iraq had greatly damaged the Turkish economy for an internationally enforced embargo that cost the Turks between $80 billion and $100 billion. Additionally, remember all the military coups and purges throughout the last decades? After the end of the Cold War, it was increasingly revealed that almost all of these coups and purges had happened with the approval and even support of the United States. These revelations deeply soured the image of the United States within Turkey. Previously seen as an ally against communism and a partner in trade and modernization, the United States were now increasingly viewed as a sinister force, intervening behind the scenes against the will and interests of the Turkish people. At the time, both France and Germany had leaderships who welcomed the idea of a Turkish EU membership, seeing her as a positive influence in creating a new European and democratic power bloc. And as the 2000s progressed, Turkey was courted more and more, even by the United States. It is these days overshadowed by current events, but the Erdogan we know today didn't have much in common with the Erdogan of the early 2000s. In the late 1990s, he had a substantial falling out with his mentor Necmettin Erbakan. Instead of rejoining him, he founded his own party and proclaimed to leave the old radical ways behind in favor for a more democratic Islamic conservative party. He found new allies within the Gülen movement. The people he wanted to court and build a new right wing around were the moderate Islamic conservatives, those successful conservative businessmen that developed throughout the 1980s. There would be no more demands for Sharia, no more challenges to the separation of religion and state. There was to be democratic consensus building and an acknowledgement of differing viewpoints and the opposition. New people came to surround Erdogan's movement, people like Ahmet Davutoglu and Abdullah Gül. Abdullah Gül in particular gives us great insights into what this redirection meant. Gül was raised by a conservative family, studied economics in London, and then worked for 8 years at a bank in Saudi Arabia. He would consequently be the first leading Turkish politician who spoke Arabic, but also spoke fluent English and understood European social and political dynamics. Their main goal would be to conduct social and economic reforms to elevate the country's status and to tie it economically and socially into Europe, but to also forge new ties and deeper ties into the Middle East. When we look at a map of Europe that Europeans are so familiar with, Turkey always seems to be down there in the corner, peeking out from down there at us. When we look at the map of the Middle East that so many of us are familiar with, Turkey always seems to be up there at the edge, peeking down at the rest. But move the map so that Turkey stands in the center, and you will notice how the common perspective of Turkey at the periphery is very much mistaken. It is a place that stands at the center between two cultural spheres. However, geography alone does not dictate a nation's success. The geographic determinist likes to look through maps, analyze the geographic features within and around state and stateless constructs, to then try to determine and explain the limitations of these entities or even predict their futures. And Turkey is at the same time one of the favorites, but also one of the biggest counterpoints to the idea of our geographic surroundings shaping who we are and what we do. The geography of Anatolia has without a doubt shaped much of the expansions and limitations of the various entities that came to have control over it. But you will have noticed that we spent almost an entire hour talking about social developments within Turkish society in which close to no foreign entanglements appeared. Despite what many claim is a geography that invites such entanglements to happen. That is because Turkish society, irrespective of its own and surrounding geography, decided to do so. Atatürk demanded an end to foreign entanglements, conquests and influence. The Turks should embrace their new republic at home, stay within the confines of this new republic and not involve themselves in whatever nonsense foreigners were up to. And for almost an entire century, that is exactly what the Turks did. With Erdogan taking the lead, that changed. Turkey reconnected with the idea that it stood at the center and not at the periphery, and as such had a role to play in this world, both in the West and in the East. Part of this meant more determined negotiations over European Union membership, which resulted in the AKP joining the conservative bloc of European political parties, known as the Christian Democrats. This, by the way, is not a EU organization, but the general European political institution in which European conservative parties come together to flesh out ideas and cooperation. It also has a left-wing counterpart. Revealing in that regard was when the Austrian news magazine Profil interviewed the vice president of the Justice and Development Party, Murat Mercan, on why his Islamic Conservative Party had joined the club of European Christian conservative parties.
We are all Democrats, and there can be no democracy without secularism. If the Christian Democrats were not secular, they would also not fit in together with us, because the AKP is a secular party. What we share with European conservatives are the values of tradition and family. Those are what all religions have in common, and separates us from social democrats, liberals, and Greens.
Erdogan sought out a common alliance of the religious conservatives, a sort of alliance of the Abrahamic religious conservatives found throughout the world's democracies. And for this purpose he attempted, at least on the surface, to liberalize society. He tolerated what, ironically, his secular and liberal predecessors had not. And one of the reasons for why he could do so was that his movement and the party was free from the ideological restraints of Atatürk's nationalism. That nationalism had demanded one people, one language, one culture under a secular republic. Erdogan embraced the idea of multiple peoples, multiple cultures, and many faiths and many beliefs within a society. In April 2007, when Islamist terrorists murdered 2 Turkish and 1 German Christian, he famously confronted what had happened.
We have 36 different cultures, religions, and more identities amongst us, who we all have to respect. There are 6,000 mosques in Europe that are all protected, and we must be able to provide an equal amount, if not even more, safety and security for every single Christian church and Jewish synagogue in our country.
Atatürk's nationalism saw the different identities in culture, language and religion as a private matter, relegated to private homes, and forbade the formation of identity-driven politics as something that could challenge the vision of a unified national identity. In that regard, Atatürk's nationalism had more in common with the Middle East that he wished to leave behind than he may have first thought. Throughout many Middle Eastern societies, differences are often stumped into silence by national myths and fictions, demanding a unification under a pretense that eradicates all differences. And Erdogan stood up to that with an alternative, a vision of openness that embraced these differences. It should not be a contradiction to hold the Turkish passport while being a Jewish Armenian, a Christian Arab, or a Muslim Caucasian. The contradictions of the unified nationalist vision is something that Erdogan was himself very much aware of, as his family are the descendants of Muslim Caucasians from the Caucasus who fled to Turkey from the Russian Empire. It is ironic that Erdogan became the first prime minister to permit pride parades to take place in Turkey, the first to allow the Kurdish language to be taught in schools and to be broadcast on radio and TV, the most successful at coming to a peaceful arrangement with the Kurds, the prime minister under whom the Kurds started to participate within the democratic process, though it was under him that Turkish women engaged in the workforce like under no other previous government, and that social norms dictated by tradition started to get eroded by younger generations. Politically, previous governments had seen themselves as agents of progress within the republic, and it is somewhat ironic that what one could call social progress didn't arrive through pushing forward in alignment with a doctrine of progress, but by taking a huge step backward and letting things within society evolve by themselves. More women started wearing the veil under Erdogan in what could be seen as a step backward, but those women were also better educated, increasingly part of the workforce and more politically active and better paid in what could be seen as a large step forward. What developed is what we could see or be described as an Islamic modernity, that the conflict between religion and modernity, which so many Islamists had tried to end with a defeat of modernity, was in the end resolved through Said Nursi's vision of a compromise leading into an Islamic modernity. That the customs, norms, religion and traditions of the land were no longer an obstacle in the way of achieving a modern society, but part and parcel of the process of creating this modernity. Economically, Erdogan would rely on a class of educated small and big business owners created during the 1980s. With tax cuts and subsidies, he helped Turkish business grow, and with a foreign policy of opening to foreign markets, he helped expand their reach into foreign markets. An export-orientated economy was built selling textiles, fridges, cars and other machine parts are no longer just vegetables, and not just for domestic markets but throughout a range of many foreign countries. His favorite domestic economic policy would be one that he had embraced during his time as mayor of Istanbul: infrastructure development, a new bridge across the Bosporus, expanded metro systems, and even subsidies for shopping centers that were seen as an economic infrastructure. The contracts for these were dished out en masse to various construction companies, expanding the already large construction sector. At the same time, Turkey, as a tourism destination, was aggressively promoted throughout Europe, resulting in extensive growth in that sector. Erdogan came closer than any of his predecessors to resolving Turkey's longest conflict as well. He had the Admar Cathedral, the traditional seat of the Armenian Church, renovated and invited Armenian dignitaries to the opening of that cathedral. In 2005, the Turks and Armenians almost normalized relations, but the army, which still had some political power, intervened and stopped that process. His big opening towards the east in foreign policy came in 2004, when Assad was invited to visit Turkey. Syria at the time was an internationally isolated nation. What Erdogan had hoped to achieve with this visit was a normalization of relations to Turkey, but to also help Syria establish itself again within the international community. If successful, Turkey could have presented itself as a partner for nations willing to break out of international isolation. And even though he failed with Assad, it did not stop him from tying Turkey deeper economically and culturally within the Islamic world and the Middle East, like no other Turkish prime minister before him had. In particular, Turkey found interest in the periphery, the often ignored majority Muslim countries to be found on the edges of Africa, which were all very welcoming to new economic ties, investment and closer cooperation. And this increased in 2006 when both the Germans and French had a change in leadership who both negated the idea of Turkey joining the European Union. Turkey increasingly looked east after this, to new partners and friends within North Africa, Central Asia and the Middle East. However, underlying conflicts and future conflict potential was increasingly brought to the surface. The increasing activity of Turkey within the Middle East resulted in ever greater suspicion over that activity by the Saudis, Iranians, Americans, but especially the Russians. However, not just abroad, but also domestic conflict increasingly boiled up to the surface. In April 2007, the Turkish army posted a statement on the internet declaring that recent political developments, including the election of a religious president, might lead to them to intervene within the politics of the country. And in 2005, Erdogan approved of a bill that strengthened Article 301. This law stems from the time when Ataturk grabbed whatever he could from the law books of European countries. Whatever seemed advanced and in service of modernity was grabbed, including this law, which was basically just copied word for word from the law books of fascist Italy. It criminalized insulting of Turkishness, which could mean basically anything, and that is the point. It's a so-called rubber law, a law designed to be stretched and twisted to be used for whatever the rulers deemed necessary to imprison whoever annoys them. Erdogan's changes were so extreme that this law basically was expanded to make it illegal to critique the foreign policy of the government. The opening of society itself also released political forces that had, for a very long time, been dormant. Hrant Dink was a curious and courageous figure, an Armenian Turk, a political liberal and journalist who ran a small paper in Turkey. He advocated for the normalization of relations between Turkey and Armenia. He demanded an acknowledgement of the Armenian genocide. He harshly criticized nationalism of any sort. He had revealed that Sabiha Gökçen was in fact an Armenian. He published the stories of the remaining Armenian community in Turkey, in both Turkish and Armenian, and he insisted that it was no contradiction to be an Armenian while also being a patriotic Turk, that this republic was a place of many cultures and that Armenian was one of them. He was shot dead by a Turkish far-right Islamist on the streets in front of his office in 2007. Yet his death would reveal substantial changes that had taken place in society and would shape future social conflict to come. His funeral was attended by tens of thousands, Turks, Kurds, Armenians, mostly young, who marched through the streets in protest, shouting the slogans, "We are all Kurds, we are all Armenians, we are all Turks, we are all Hrant Dink," in Turkish, in Kurdish, and in Armenian. With the shackles of Ataturk's rigid nationalist vision removed, people asserted their identities and made room for the identities of others. A generation that came to grow up after the last coup would take advantage of the new openness, and a political left that had been dormant for 3 decades would come to challenge the new establishment that Erdogan had become. Should you ever find yourself browsing through popular Turkish music, you will notice that hip-hop is pretty popular in Turkey, but there is also a substantial cultural difference. Whilst in the United States rappers brag about their wealth, flash their jewelry, and show off their expensive cars, the Turkish rapper walks barefoot through the ruins of a broken society, lamenting the inequality and disparity of society. Or if you want to go even more radical, digs mass graves for rich people, as cleaning ladies shoot up the CEOs of a company, a chauffeur strangles a billionaire, abused prostitutes cut the throat of a wealthy John, and waiters poison their rich customers. This might come across as a mere pop culture side note, but in fact is reflective of a wider social problem, one that has been around since the 50s and which Erdogan couldn't fix but only made worse: the wealth inequality. When Erdogan came to power, the wealthiest 10% of the country owned 67% of the country's wealth, which increased over the next 2 decades to 81%. Meanwhile, the remaining 90% had their share decrease from 32% to 18%. Turkey under Erdogan became an increasingly unequal society. The economy boomed and capital moved into the country, but that capital ended up in fewer hands. And when you look at who these hands belonged to, you will find that it was mainly the hands of construction company owners and bankers, members of the new educated Islamic conservative elite that emerged during the 1980s, of which many have very close political ties to Erdogan. One of Erdogan's favorite economic policies had been gargantuan building projects, be they a new bridge across the Bosporus, a system of highways, new metro systems, or the building of a new Bosporus canal. One particular favorite of his was the promotion of the building of shopping centers and malls all across the country. And most of these projects were built by people close to him, who through these contracts became increasingly wealthy. The smell of corruption started to rise all around him in ways that he couldn't simply wipe away. There's also another note on the shopping malls that started to appear. In her book, Turkey, the Insane and the Melancholy, Eceteme Kuran describes a weird social phenomenon of Turkey during the mid and late 2000s. Poor people, in particular families, would go on family walks, strolling through the shopping malls with their kids to look and gaze upon the variety of goods and products on sale, in a way rejoicing over the better days that they presumed would soon be theirs. The symbols of wealth that became erected within the country did more often than not reflect the actual wealth of the population. There were more jobs, there was more capital, but even though Turkey had become a wealthier society, the Turks didn't become a much wealthier people in general. The average living standard rose, but only a select few had their living standards increase dramatically. At a political rally, Erdogan once bragged about how many fridges were being sold in Turkey since he became prime minister, a statement that was widely mocked in Turkey. "We didn't store milk in hollowed-out trees before you came along," an opposition member remarked. And gradually, over the course of several years, people started noticing the increasing inequality throughout the country, as well as several other things. The Islamic welfare kitchens and food handouts that the Justice and Development Party did, they certainly looked good and made the AKP look like a party that cared dutifully for the poor. But why did they only appear when it was election season and then disappear again? In 2007, several army officers were arrested and tried in the Ergenekon trials that took place until 2012. Several military officers were charged with conspiring to overthrow the state and undermine democracy, something that may have been initially welcomed as the final remnants of authoritarian soldiers being removed from power. But why did so many journalists also get arrested? And how come the journalists critical of Erdogan kept ending up being charged in conspiracy trials? 2007 can be seen as a watershed moment. France and Germany blocked Turkey's EU entry, and as a result, Erdogan proclaimed that his country would be looking east, but also became increasingly authoritarian. The ghosts of Menderes, but also of other authoritarian-style rulers that preceded him, came back to rear their ugly heads. The institutions of the state meant to be impartial were again increasingly used to clamp down on opposition members, shut down the press, spread propaganda, and cover up wrongdoings by the government. Erdogan started falling out with several old political companions and increasingly introduced more conservative and Islamist measures. A 300% alcohol tax, as he denounced the supposed degeneracy of young Turks that went out and partied during the weekends. His rallies became gender segregated, and Islamic virtues increasingly praised as he publicly murmured about the reintroduction of the death penalty. However, Turkey itself had also changed. When Erdogan's Minister for Family Affairs made a public statement about the lacking traditional manliness of modern urban Turkish men, her Twitter feed was bombarded by pictures sent by Turkish gay couples. Urban Turkish society had changed substantially. The poor farm laborers who moved into the cities during the 50s to the 1970s may have been very religious and very conservative. Their children may have also been religious and conservatives, but their children, who grew up in this modern urban environment that was well connected into the world, they became increasingly more moderate, liberal, and even left-leaning. A generation in rebellion against an establishment, and the establishment that they grew up under was Erdogan, yesteryear's anti-establishment. Young Turks today are on average less religious, more secular, more open-minded, and more progressive than even some of their European counterparts. Women who don't wear the veil, people who drink, people who have sex before marriage, people who are even open atheists, people willing to question the status quo more publicly than even previous generations had. The demographic change to the political binary of the country started to increasingly even itself out. In 2013, these two social forces crashed into conflict. First, several people close to Erdogan, including government ministers and high-ranking members of Istanbul local governments, were arrested in a large corruption probe. Erdogan viciously lashed out. He fired the police chief of Istanbul. Almost all the police officers involved in the corruption probe were also fired, and he had the prosecutor arrested while blaming a conspiracy of his former political ally Abdullah Gülen. The prosecutor was later released, but the damage had been done and his public image was greatly diminished. A government-critical newspaper was shut down, and then when a small group of protesters demanded that the Gezi Park of Istanbul should not be changed into yet another shopping mall, he cracked down on that small peaceful group with extreme police brutality, which resulted in nationwide protests and riots that lasted for months. The secular, liberal and left-leaning movements of the country, who had been in the socio-political background for decades, suddenly re-emerged into the forefront. From there on, the mask would increasingly slip. Erdogan drifted more and more to the political right. He re-engaged in a policy of hostility towards Armenia. He flared up the conflict with the Kurds again. He would crack down on any and all opposition. He would use political brutality against opposition protests and those who he saw as threatening to Islamic values, be they labor union protests or LGBT rights parades. The result of this is a social conflict unlike in any other place, where traditional Islamic values clash with a modern vision for a society from the West. And in many ways this results in Turkey being a place of stark contradictions like can be seen almost nowhere else in the world. Hande Kader was a Turkish trans woman, trans activist and sex workers' rights activist. She was one of the leading figures in the riots that resulted when Erdogan attempted to shut down pride parades with police force. In 2016 she was kidnapped, brutally tortured, gang raped, doused in gasoline and burnt alive. She became a symbol of a very dark truth in Turkey. That is, that Turkey has the highest murder rate of trans people in the world, and one of the highest murder rates of gays and lesbians in the world. Yet, the large social contradiction is that Turkey is also the only majority Muslim society where people can be openly gay. Turkey is the only Muslim country with an elected lesbian politician. It has the largest and most vibrant gay scene of any Muslim country. A place where gay and lesbian Arabs go to feel free. A place more tolerant and open-minded than even many European countries. Yet it is also a place where for Turkish gays and lesbians, taking advantage of that freedom can be very dangerous. This is a place where women have more freedoms than in any other majority Muslim country. A place where theoretically they should be able to earn and achieve anything. But this is also a country where the First Lady says that all that a woman needs to know they can learn from being in a man's harem. And where most women who achieve any success are those who find that within the limited space that an Islamic conservative-dominated field may permit them to have. It's one of the few Muslim-majority countries with strict laws forbidding domestic violence, yet the domestic violence rates are very high. This is a country where people see themselves as agents of progress aligned with values seen in Europe and North America and allied with an international movement for progress. But those very supposed allies abroad have also abandoned them as they find themselves in conflict with religious virtues that in Europe and North America are defended as minority values. This is a society with a conservative set of beliefs, traditions and social norms wishing to tie deeper into the Middle East, yet at the same time those very same right-leaning political blocs often look down upon the peoples of the Middle East with an almost racist contempt. You can see this social conflict as a confrontation of religion with secularism, tradition with modernity, Islam with modernity, or something else. Whatever you call it depends on your beliefs and political framing of the situation, but the fact remains that even though Turkey also undergoes social upheaval through other sources of division, this underlying social conflict, which has very much been around for almost 2 centuries, still deeply affects the country to this day. With the country increasingly boiling in social conflict, in 2016, sensing their chance, a group of Turkish officers attempted a coup, but they overestimated their chances at success drastically. The Turkish army had at this point in history harmed every group there was in this country. Instead of welcoming the army, the public flooded the streets in protest and stopped them. This was one of the most important moments in recent Turkish history. The army had dominated over this country in the name of its republic's founder to rein in on anyone who would in their view challenge that founder's vision. That domineering shadow was now gone. What remained of the army would now have to be at service to the government. But curiously, despite the coup failing, the post-coup purge came anyway, at the hands of the government. Over the course of the following weeks and months, thousands of not only army officers, but also journalists, politicians and academics who had opposed Erdogan were arrested and put on trial. This galvanized society even more into an uproar. And then Erdogan used the climate of mistrust to push through his greatest change to the country. Constitutions usually take a 2/3 parliamentary majority to be changed, and the country's constitution had dictated that Turkey was a parliamentary republic, meaning that the president was largely a ceremonial figure and most political powers lay within the parliament. Erdogan overruled the rules and simply scheduled a referendum within a year of the coup, with which he won the powers to change the constitution, making Turkey a presidential republic in which the president, that being him, had almost all executive and political power. This has often been described as the final move into dictatorship. However, it is worth noting that the French Republic is built almost the same way, with a very powerful president. With this new power vested into the office of the presidency, Erdogan had more power than any political figure since Ataturk to reshape the country in his image. And he could also technically remain president until his death, as long as he kept getting re-elected. And that he did. A presidential system requires strong parties to compete, and with the opposition divided, Erdogan's party is by now still the only party that could rally the votes required to win. However, there is something Erdogan forgot about presidential republics. One thing about France, in which enormous political powers are vested within the office of the president, is that the president is also the single most hated political figure in the country. The reason for this is very simple. The more power a democratically elected leader has, the more he is responsible for when things go wrong. And when things go wrong in France, as they often do, the people of France put the blame on the one person who has the most power. Turning Turkey into a presidential republic with many powers vested into the office of the president made Erdogan more powerful, but it also made him more unpopular over time. With all the increased responsibility, it was him who Turks increasingly held to account when things went wrong. With Erdogan shifting into more right-wing and Islamist positions, the political field started to change again. Erdogan allied himself with the far-right MHP, however, with some unintended consequences. In late 2019, Erdogan announced he intended to add changes to the country's laws on rape and sexual assault based on Sharia. Under Sharia, the punishment for rape is that the rapist is forced to marry his victim. You might just say that this is really just punishment for the victim, but women's rights aren't exactly something people cared about in the 7th century. But women today do care about their rights. So the result of this political move were widespread protests by women, and also that all women members left the MHP after it approved of Erdogan's suggestion, forming a new far-right party of mostly secular women. The field of opposition to Erdogan is large. It includes a Kurdish Liberal Party, the Workers' Socialist Party, and the newly reformed Republican Party. The political field in Turkey is also drastically changing. A new generation of urban youths lean more to the left wing. There's now a secular far right, and curiously enough, after decades of voting for the far right and Islamists without their lives improving much as a result, poor farmers in the very east of Anatolia started voting communist. What all these opposition parties share in common, however, is that they wish to have a return to the old parliamentary system of the republic and away from the presidential republican system. And if that will happen or not is yet to be seen. In 2019, Erdogan had his biggest defeat yet when his party lost the mayoral elections in his home city and the AKP bastion of Istanbul. Enraged by the results, he ordered another election, claiming there had been election fraud. However, that backfired drastically. Annoyed with being called to vote again, the people of Istanbul voted for the Republican candidate. However, Erdogan is still widely popular despite losing his home city, especially in the countryside. so it is hard to tell where this country will be going next in its elections throughout the next years. It is difficult to figure out who first coined the term Neo-Ottomanism. One claim is that the term was first used by Erdogan's foreign minister Ahmet Davutoglu when jokingly describing his government's foreign policy. The other claim is that the word first appeared when Iran complained about the increasing Turkish influence in the Middle East. The term itself is hyperbolic and threatening, so I find it more likely that it came from those who might be suspicious of the ever-growing Turkish geopolitical power. And it has an admittedly somewhat threatening aura to it. It probably elicits the same reaction to most as the term Japanese neo-imperialism does to Koreans. The frowning face Indians may pull when English people speak of the empire in glowing nostalgic terms. Colonial legacies endure, and when you Google Neo-Ottomanism, you will find this clip amongst the first top results.
Bakınız bugün biz Suriye deyince, Irak deyince, Kırım deyince, Batı Trakya deyince, Bosna deyince birileri sanki uzaydan gelmiş gibi yüzümüze bakıyor. Hatta daha da ileri gidip tam bir cahil cesaretiyle Türkiye'nin Irak'la ilişkisi ne olabilir? Bosna'yla ilişkisi ne olabilir diyebiliyorlar. Halbuki bugün başka dünyalardan bahseder gibi sözünü ettiğimiz bu coğrafyalar bizim canımızın birer parçasıdır. Gaziantep'le Halep'i, Rize'yle Batum'u, Edirne'yle Gümülcine'yi, Kırcaali'yi, Bursa'yla Üsküp'ü birbirinden farklı düşünmek mümkün mü? Evet, bu şehirler fiziki olarak başka ülkelerin sınırları içindedir. Ama bizim gönül sınırlarımız oraları kapsayacak şekilde geniştir.
But the Ottoman Empire is gone, and the term is, if we are being honest, very exaggerated. The Ottomans are not going to rise from their graves to reconquer an empire, and the reality of the matter is that this term is simply used to describe something for which we have no other name, because it is something that hasn't happened since the Ottomans existed. A Turkish state that, as the 2000s started, is reasserting itself on the international stage. Let's take a step back, shall we? This series of videos was initially meant to only be 20 minutes long and to cover this specific part only. But I decided differently, because I want all of you watching this to take away something important, namely that there is no simple reason for why geopolitical and historic events occur. Historic events always happen within a wider context of other events, some of which may have occurred centuries before the current ones. Take a different perspective. To younger generations, Turkey asserting itself internationally is a break from the norm, since Turkey spent the last 100 years avoiding that. But take the perspective from a further generation stepped back, and you might reconsider, aren't the past 100 years of the Kemalist Republic possibly the actual exception? Most of this video was spent mainly talking about the developments that occurred within Turkish society itself, and even though sometimes outsiders influenced events within Turkey itself, and Turkey may have joined global trends in policy on occasion, the truth of the matter is that Turkey spent most of the 20th century deliberately not involving itself in foreign affairs. And there's a good reason for this. Ataturk wanted it. His vision was for a Turkish homeland, for the Turkish people, neutral and uninvolved in any foreign power struggles. When the Republic was founded, it came at a time when the age of empires seemed to be coming to an end. A new century was on the horizon with new and different power dynamics, an age of ideologies and not of empires. And Ataturk's founding vision was adhered to for most of the Republic's history. In terms of geography, the Turkish Republic had all the same advantages which the Ottomans have had. To the north, the coastlines of the Black Sea are far away from any other centers of power and therefore inviting to seek out influence over. In the west, the mountain ranges of the Balkans naturally push their inhabitants into an Anatolian sphere of influence. And since the Danube flows into the Black Sea, all those nations reliant upon it for access to the sea fall into a Turkish sphere of influence. There's a reason why the Austrians, whose prime means of large-scale transportation was the Danube, kept fighting the Ottomans along the Danube until they had access to the Adriatic. To the south, most of what borders the Turks is just flatlands, with the added benefit that Turkey owns the origin of the two most important navigable rivers in the Middle East. So for most, Turkey could just roll into the Middle East with very little in the way to stop it. Pretty much the only place it can't go is east, where Iran is protected by the vast Zagros mountain range. However, for most of the 20th century, that did not matter. Communism held a firm grip over the north and west, and the Turkish attitude to the south was what you would expect from the unceremonious divorce that had happened at the beginning of the century. With the end of communism, but more with the ascent of Erdogan, all of that changed. And the first indication the world got of a Turkey taking interest in matters outside of her own borders was when Serbia massacred its way through Bosnia. The Turks threatened military intervention against the Serbs if the Americans wouldn't do something. This was received as a surprise, but also as a threat to some. It meant that the Turks were asserting themselves in a foreign region, a region that had once been part of the Ottoman Empire, and doing so in a manner that signaled that they saw this part of the world, namely the Balkans, as their sphere of influence. Simplistic minds who claim that this is a Muslim expansion are however wrong, because barely over a decade after the Turks threatened the Serbs with war, the Turkish president was welcomed in Serbia with fanfare and celebration as a friend of the country. Turkey and its influence is in fact ironically welcomed in Serbia as a result of the Balkan War. Because as a result of the Serbian genocidal shenanigans during the Balkan War, Europeans were so embarrassed by their inaction that they consistently blocked Serbia from joining their club. This left Serbia in a vacuum that Turkey took advantage of, which shows us first and foremost that the Turkish government in recent decades has been very capable of driving a foreign policy of expanding influence, not on the basis of some ideological or religious dogma, but on the basis of pragmatism and seizing opportunities. The Balkans were, by most, seen as a poorhouse or as a poor lunatic asylum, especially by Europe. If you live here, you may have yourself read the tabloid fear-mongering about thieving Serbs, creepy Croats and sleazy Romanians. There was a widespread European attitude of by and large leaving the place to itself, which the Turks used to move in to build economic spheres of influence. Political influence is however limited. No Balkan country will ever act on behalf of Turkey, and most of the Balkans still look towards the European Union. But Turkey's economic influence is noted. Even though it may not result in direct political power, it does result in soft power. It isn't lost on outsiders that the $2 billion of Turkish investment into Bulgaria and $7 billion in Turkish investment in Romania are both in EU member countries, something that Turkey could use as a bargaining chip to make its EU membership more likely, especially if Romania and Bulgaria cannot be integrated within the common European market. This is why many interest groups have in recent years moved to counteract such influence. A direct railroad connection from Vienna to Bucharest was recently opened, a project mostly built by the Austrians in hope of making the Carpathian mountain barrier a little less limiting for Romanians and to tie them deeper into the European economies. The French and Germans engaged in massive economic investment into Romania. If you ever wondered why so many people here in Europe drive Dacias, it's because the French bought that Romanian car manufacturer and hope to use it to tie Romania deeper into Europe. This struggle over economic influence in the Balkans goes further than you may think, but more on that later. Let's for now return and go south again. Throughout most of the 20th century, Arabs held a very negative view of Turks and vice versa. The Arabs saw the Turks as colonizers who had plundered their lands, butchered their people and left them in ruins. The Turks, for their part, mostly saw Arabs as backward and stuck in the past, shackled by religious superstition and unable to advance into modernity. However, as the century came to a close, attitudes started to change. As a generation of Turks became more religious, their views that the Middle East was one of a place they wished to culturally reconnect with. And to the Arabs, Turkey seemed to look more prestigious as time went by, a comparably wealthy country. But that wealth was not the result of conveniently sitting on a large pile of oil, but out of work and industry and innovation, the only Muslim country to ever defeat Western countries in open war, a majority Muslim country that was respected and seen on equal standing with European powers. Since the collapse of the Caliphate, there has not been a majority Muslim state or other entity in the world that could proclaim to be the representative of Muslims in the world, or carry a prestigious role in the name of the Muslims of the world. Some tried, all failed. Technically speaking, this wasn't even true of the last Caliphate, as it constantly bickered and fought with other Muslim states. But nonetheless, with the increasing rise of Islamism and with the failure of socialism and nationalism throughout the Arab world, leaving a societal gap for Islam to claim a role of being a unifier across cultural boundaries, the desire to find a unified Muslim voice, or someone who was willing to speak for the world's Muslims, grew, and that role is something that Turkey under Erdogan has in recent years increasingly tried to slip into. Erdogan took on the mantle of being the protector and guardian of Muslims around the globe, no matter if they were Shia, Sunni or other. He increasingly berated Israel over Palestine, picked fights with India over its treatment of Muslims, continuously confronts Europe over its treatments of Muslim communities, vocally condemns Burma over its treatment of the Rohingya, constantly criticizes Russia over its treatment of Muslim minorities, and is one of the few countries who publicly condemns China over its treatment of the Uyghurs. The latter is especially relevant. There are over 1 million Uyghur Muslims locked in gulags and mistreated in Western China, and all Muslim countries in the world remain silent. All of them do not wish to sour their relationship with China, all except for one, and that does not go unnoticed by Muslims across the world. And it works. Turkey is, especially amongst Muslim communities and majority non-Muslim societies, seen as the country that will stand up for them. If you ever wondered why the United States had a member of Congress who denies the Armenian genocide, it is because of an increasingly well-connected network that Erdogan has been building, a vision of a unified Islamic political bloc around the world. But looks can also be deceiving, and there certainly are more motivations to this than just religious. Turkey is at odds with India over influence in Central Asia, where both Turkey and India compete over geopolitical influence. Turkey bullies Europe on whatever standard it can, not just out of religious motivation, but to point out hypocrisies in denied EU membership. Turkey is angry with Israel not just because of the Palestinian conflict, but because it started building deeper military ties with Greece. Turkey would like to have more influence over the Muslim-populated regions of Russia closer tied to its border. And Turkey is one of the few countries that can bully China because of conflicting geopolitical interests along China's new Silk Road project. All of the supposed concerns over the treatments of Muslims in the world happen to conveniently coincide with Turkish geopolitical ambitions and conflicts. It is therefore hard to tell if the proclamations of being the protectors and leaders of Muslims in the world are sincere or just a facade to hide the true political ambitions behind them. Is Turkey under Erdogan really trying to be a leader of the Muslim world, or is that just a nice banner to hide the building of regional power? Foreign powers do, however, seem to take it increasingly seriously. China, for one, dependent on access to the Mediterranean for its new Silk Road project, is publicly floating the idea of building a canal from Belgrade to Thessaloniki, which would connect the Danube to the Mediterranean. This project would be great for Serbia, Northern Macedonia, Hungary, Greece, and Austria, who would be set to gain enormously from it. But everyone knows that China isn't considering this out of the kindness of their hearts, but because the canal would also significantly cut down on Turkey's geopolitical influence over the Balkans. Within the Middle East, however, Turkey is building its influence by different means. It is increasingly investing in countries just like in Europe, but unlike in Europe, Erdogan is actively promoting the system by which he rules as an alternative to the current rulers of the Middle East, from Egypt to Iraq. The main power struggle of the Middle East that we tend to fixate on in the news is between Saudi Arabia and Iran, both continuously destabilizing each other and each other's allies for intricate networks of propped-up militias, each fighting the other to leave behind a bombed-out terrorized husk of a society in its wake. A process that intensifies with the increasing US withdrawal from the region, and within this conflict for dominance between the two, Turkey seems to be the third player, the dark horse that everyone is ignoring. Iraq has been torn apart by years of conflict, and when you turn on the news you will hear of Shia militias, Sunni terror groups, and US drone strikes. But there is one thing you won't see: the increasingly tightly knit economic ties to Turkey, even embracing Iraqi Kurdistan as a reliable business partner and source for oil. In essence, one could almost say that in that region of the Middle East, the Turks just sit back, watch the Saudis and Iranians kill each other and terrorize the locals, and to then move in and, instead of offering to arm just another militia, offer investment, jobs and financial aid in exchange for deepening ties with Turkey, playing a long and patient game instead of the often erratic and impulsive actions that others in the region tend to engage in. The greatest challenge to the current status quo in the Middle East through Turkey came when the Turks occupied large swaths of northern Syria in the wake of a US retreat. Officially, Erdogan claimed this was to resettle Arab refugees who the Turks themselves were becoming tired of. And as true as that may be, it is however rather obvious that this was done to finally get revenge against and wipe out the Kurdish strongholds in northern Syria. But more striking is how this is a direct challenge to the status quo throughout the Arab world, a world in which the previous century has been dominated by the question of which principles to build a society around. And in that world, Erdogan seized a small parcel of land to build an Arab society under his supervision, a society that is likely intended to be a showcase to the Arabs of what their homes and lives could be in a Middle East where Turkey is the main geopolitical power. Increasingly, Turkey flexes its muscle in the region, be it through limiting fresh water supplies to the Middle East with its dams, or by flexing its muscle militarily. That military muscle is also very significant because technically Turkey is one of the few countries in the region that actually has a well-trained army. The Iranian army specializes in insurgency tactics, and the Saudi army is a laughingstock. Turkey is one of the few countries in the region that really has a significant fighting force. However, it is in Syria, where Turkey is taking its first steps to build regional power, that it also encountered its biggest roadblock to that increase of power: an old enemy. Ironically, as Turkey started building regional power in the Middle East, the one thing standing in its way was neither Iran, Saudi Arabia, Israel, or the United States. It's Russia. Did you know that there's a civil war going on in Libya? You might have forgotten. You probably don't know who the fighting factions are, but there is something that I bet will surprise you. It's a proxy war between Russia and Turkey. Both support opposite sides and both seek to gain influence over the country. Russia has been Turkey's greatest obstacle in the Middle East so far. It competes with Turkey over influence in Egypt. It ruined Turkey's plans for a post-Assad Syria, is increasingly propping up Iran, and is fighting the before-mentioned proxy war in Libya. Wherever Russia can hinder an increased build-up of Turkish influence, it does what it can. And wherever Turkey can hinder an increasing Russian influence in the Middle East, it also does what it can. Both countries seem to be interested in building new spheres of influence in the Middle East as other powers are increasingly pulling out, and as such, they both compete. But curiously, while all this is still going on, Turkey negotiated an alliance with Russia. The funniest alliance that currently exists in the world between two countries that are actively trying to undermine each other with proxies. The alliance solely exists to pressure common opponents such as the Kurds and Saudis, and for Turkey to scare the US under its current weak leadership to not stop supporting it. So while other powers competing over influence are tearing each other apart, both Russia and Turkey, at least officially, agreed to not get in each other's way. For now. Because every observer knows that this is an alliance that will end sooner rather than later with one of the two backstabbing the other. The question only is, who will stab first? However, we should not forget that there is also large-scale public opposition to Turkish involvement in foreign matters domestically. There have been brawls in the Turkish parliament, riots on the streets, protests and vicious political exchanges over Turkey's increasing involvement abroad. Many Turks, even if they are not in 100% agreement with everything Ataturk did, or even disagree with him entirely, still believe that he was right about one thing in particular, that Turkey should stay out of foreign wars. Turks may like the idea of their country being more important on the international stage, of its word carrying more weight abroad, but many draw the the line at seeing Turkish soldiers on foreign soil. This political debate is one of the most heated in Turkey right now and often overlooked by foreigners. It especially flared up in recent years when some of the Turkish soldiers sent across the border into Syria came home in coffins. However, the vacuum of power in the Middle East, the beneficial geography, and the threat of Russia all combined seem too tempting for Turkey to not seek out more influence in the region. No matter which prime minister may be elected, it is very much doubtful that Turkey would simply stop seeking out and expanding its influence over the Middle East if Erdogan is pushed out of power. It is therefore more likely than not that you will be hearing more of Turkey as it becomes more prominent in the Middle East as the years go by. When looking at the past millennia, one could almost see the past century as a mere self-imposed break by the Turks to restructure themselves in a post-Ottoman world. Centuries spent in expansion and innovation, interrupted by a break to adapt into a modern world. Modern Turkey is a democratic society or an unstable republic. Which one of these depends on your perspective. You can see it as one of the freest, if not the freest society of the Middle East, or as one of the least stable democracies of Europe. It stands at the crossroads of two continental and multiple cultural spheres within a geography that centuries of social upheaval and change could not alter the importance of. The story of how it came to be is unique in this world. It is the story of a journey of a people from one end of the largest mass of land to another, of two empires, of a revolution whose impact on the Middle East cannot yet be measured. Turkey is a country that you will be hearing more of in the near future, as it leaves its self-imposed isolationism of the past century behind to seek out influence within the wider Mediterranean. If that is good or bad is for you to decide. It will be building wider influence in the Middle East and probably try to reshape Arab societies in its own image. And for all we know, it will have a role to play in Europe as well. With this video, I hope to achieve giving you a basic background information set to interpret yourself. I sincerely hope it worked. Thank you for watching. If you wish to support my channel and want me to make more videos, you can do so by becoming a patron or donating via PayPal. Links to how you can support the channel are in the description. I didn't promote them in the last two videos as it didn't feel right to do until this project was finished. In the next video, I intend to talk about the history and its impact of Mexican-American border relations. If you wish to know what topics I will cover in the future, there's a to-do list in the description in which I list all topics I wish to cover in the future. For this video, I would like to thank Alpmapper, a Turkish artist and Poland ball enthusiast whose YouTube channel you can find here and in the description. I would like to thank Turkbud, a Turkish artist who is also open to commissions whose art stations and Behance accounts you will find here and in the description. I would like to thank Bagyan, a Turkish painter, sculptor and 3D artist open for commissions of who you will also find her art station and her Instagram here and in the description. I would like to thank Paint and Politics, who runs a YouTube channel similar to mine, which you can find here and in the description. I would like to thank Nomadstar, an artist also open for commissions whose YouTube and DeviantArt you will find here and in the description. I would also like to thank Winter Owl, Chikuzen, Teabag, Pile of Trash, Flying Tonk, and $5 Note. Instagram and Twitter accounts will also be in the description. I would also like to thank my dear friend Archie, who basically was the fact checker throughout the last two videos, reading the scripts, making sure there were as little mistakes as possible. You can find her Twitter here and in the description. I would also like to thank Jeff Holiday, a YouTuber who makes videos debunking pseudoscience, and Arkin, a liberal political commentator, for contributing voice lines to this video. Finally, I would like to thank all the supporters of this channel, all the patrons and donators via PayPal for keeping this channel running. Thank you for watching, and I hope to see you the next time around. The books which were used as sources and inspired this video are Turkey, The Insane and the Melancholy by Ece Temelkuran, Prisoners of Geography by Tim Marshall. I also happen to own the German translation of that book and can recommend it highly to any German readers. Türkei verstehen von Ataturk bis Erdogan by Gerhard Schweitzer was the main source used for this book, for this video, and The problem, however, is that it is only available in German and not translated into English. But for any Germans amongst you, or German speakers I should say, I can highly recommend this book if you want an in-depth and highly well-researched analysis of the last 100 years of Turkish history. The Revenge of Geography by Robert D. Kaplan, as well as Disunited Nations by Peter Zeihan. I will also be leaving a couple of links to various papers and articles in the description for further reading. Last but not least, I would like to thank a long-term supporter of this channel, Count Klimov, for donating this X-Pen drawing pad, which reduced the time spent drawing for the videos drastically. Thank you very much.